Hi guys, it's me Quinn, and as always, if you appreciate my content, consider hitting the like button. It's the only way the YouTube algorithm really notices me.
Recently, I had the pleasure of reading what is likely the most terrifying science fiction book series I've ever read. I've always enjoyed scary stories. As a kid, I read anthologies like Goosebumps or Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. But I didn't know true fear until I encountered the works of Stephen King and H.P. Lovecraft in my teenage years. Lovecraft's work opened up such terrifying vistas of thought that I would, while reading them, become transfixed and filled with ultimate existential dread. The cosmic terrors he wrote about in his stories struck me as somehow realer than the monsters and ghosts of Goosebumps, and that is probably because Lovecraft, in truth, being the flawed man he was expressing a very simple fear. The fear of the unknown. And what is more unknown than the blackness of space? I must admit that not since my early teenage years have I felt such poignant terror while reading as I did when first encountering the work of Lovecraft. That is, until I read the Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy. There are 3 books in this series: The Three-Body Problem, The Dark Forest, and Death's Sind. There is also an additional book, not written by Cixin Liu himself, called Redemption of Time. The first book in the series, The Three-Body Problem, starts off as a mystery. As the story unfolds, it starts to feel as though we are reading the unfolding of some grand conspiracy. A conspiracy written into the fabric of the universe itself. Early on in the story, you find out that scientists around the world have been killing themselves. A note left behind by one of the late scientists, Yang Dong, ominously adds to the mysteries, saying only, "All the evidence points to a single conclusion. Physics has never existed and will never exist. I know what I'm doing is irresponsible, but I have no choice." We base so much of our own perception of what we consider to be reality on what we can observe. We look upon the universe and extrapolate from that point. But what if we will never be able to know the truth about the universe? What if the universal constants are not constant? What if the laws of physics are not laws? What if reality isn't real? Before we get any further into the video, I have to give a spoiler warning. If you have not read this series, I highly recommend you stop this video and do so. If you've read the series or just don't care about spoilers, then continue forth. Now, we won't be getting into all of the details of this series, but I will be giving context on why exactly I think it's so unnerving. Ultimately, the secret of the first book is this: we are not alone in the universe. We are not alone in the Milky Way. Just 4 light years from our own solar system lives another species. They have heard the call of Earth from the vacuum of space. And because their own world is unstable, in a constant state of varying extremes due to the 3-sun structure of their solar system, they have chosen Earth as their new home. They intend to exterminate the human race, like bugs. Though their technology is great, due to the great distance of space, it will take the aliens, named the Trisolarians, 400 years to arrive on Earth. But in the meantime, through technology involving quantum entanglement, they were able to stifle the progress of human scientific development. Scientific theories based on humanity's current understanding of physics were rendered useless. The Trisolarians had led humankind into a trap, and the trap had snapped closed, leaving humanity as a helpless victim, only capable of waiting until the predator arrived to claim its prey. Everything that humankind did was monitored in real time by the Trisolarians as their fleet made its way from their homeworld to the world of Earth. Nothing could be concealed from them save the thoughts hidden away within the individual human minds. For a while, the world struggles to adjust, attempting to find solutions. It was briefly considered that a portion of the human species might be sent off into the vacuum of space on generational ships. Escapism would have had 3 potential goals. The first option would be finding a new world among the stars where humanity could survive. This would have been the most ideal option. The next option would be a starship civilization, its citizens aboard an eternal voyage. The third option would have been for humanity to take temporary refuge among the stars. They would hope to return after Trisolaris had settled in the solar system and attempt to coexist with the aliens. But escapism could never truly happen, not because humanity's technology couldn't potentially reach the level sufficient enough to allow it, but because human nature would prevent it from ever getting off the ground. It is simply a matter of who is allowed to leave, and who is condemned to face the wrath of the Trisolarans on Earth. No matter who got to leave, whether they be elite or poor, humankind's fundamental value system would ultimately collapse, for the idea of equality would be utterly shattered. Human rights and equality have deep roots. Inequality of survival is the worst sort of inequality, and the people and countries left behind will never just sit and wait for death while others have a way out. There will be increasingly extreme confrontations between the two sides until there's world chaos, and then no one goes. The United Nations, realizing this simple fact, overwhelmingly voted to ban escapism, instead choosing to focus on what they could do from Earth to thwart the Trisolarans, including the formation of a space force. Even with everything the world leaders attempted in order to maintain stability, eventually society did collapse in an apocalyptic testing event known as the Great Ravine. During the Great Ravine, the Space Force was brought to the brink of collapse. Inflation skyrocketed, credit systems unraveled. It started with the slow economic transformation that often accompanied wartime. The standard of living declined, and the political climate grew more and more intense. But instead of it just being one or a few countries, it was the entire Earth. Society was on edge, and if you said something wrong, they would say you were ETO or a traitor to humanity. So nobody felt safe, and film and television from the Golden Age began to be restricted, and then was banned worldwide. But eventually, things got even worse. Humanity began to starve. Climate change had already been greatly accelerating. With the coming of the Trisolaran crisis, humanity grew pessimistic. Even if they saved the Earth, made it into Eden come again, it would be an Eden for the Trisolarans, not them. Only the Space Force was given thought, and its continued development only further polluted the Earth. So climate change accelerated, the environment changed, the temperature raised, forest and plains became desert. The process of desertification had not been subtle or gradual. The green of the earth had eroded simultaneously like a damp towel left out to dry in the sun. Food production halted, for there was no grain being grown. And for the next 50 years, the planet was famished. The population of the earth decreased by 5 billion during those years, all while the Trisolaran fleet marched on steadily. One of the most intriguing things about these books, mainly the second book, The Dark Forest, is how they show the effect that the imminent Trisolaran invasion has on humanity before the aliens even arrive within the solar system. Initially, many people denied that the invasion was truly real. Once the truth became widely accepted, a sense of dread crept over all mankind. Religions had to change to make way for the existence of extraterrestrials. Humanity could no longer hide behind the comforting fantasy of our own uniqueness. We were not unique. We were one of the potentially endless civilizations out there in the dark. The scariest part of this book series, in my opinion, is also in the second book, The Dark Forest. In this book, we begin to unravel the truth about the state of life in the universe. The book calls us to consider cosmic sociology. If you supposed that a vast amount of civilizations were distributed throughout the universe based on the number of detectable stars, those civilizations would make up the body of cosmic sociology. Cosmic sociology is based on two axioms. First, survival is the primary need of civilization. Second, civilization continuously grows and expands, but the total number of matter in the universe remains constant. These two axioms are all that is needed to extrapolate the ultimate horrifying truth about cosmic society. It is a secret that the Trisolarans themselves knew, and called the most important secret in the universe. It was the secret that the universe itself was a dark forest. The universe is a dark forest, Every civilization an armed hunter stalking through the trees like a ghost, gently pushing aside branches that block the path and trying to tread without sound. Even breathing is done with care. The hunter has to be careful because everywhere in the forest are stealthy hunters like him. If he finds other life, another hunter, an angel or a demon, a delicate infant or a tottering old man, a fairy or a demigod, there is only one thing he can do: open fire and eliminate them. In this forest, hell is other people, an eternal threat that any life that exposes its own existence will be swiftly wiped out. This is the picture of cosmic civilization. It's the explanation for the Fermi paradox. The famous Fermi paradox, of course, brings up the quandary: if based on what we know about the universe, it should be full of life, then where is said life? Why is the universe seemingly silent? This series provides a single terrifying answer. We don't see them because they are hiding. Like all life on Earth, life in the universe must compete to survive. It is a cruel fact about the nature of life itself. If the location of a world is revealed, it is marked in a way. A metaphorical spotlight is shown upon it, a blinking sign stating, "There is intelligent life here. Destroy it before it destroys you." Eventually the mark will be noticed. It is only a matter of time. It doesn't matter what motivated someone to leave the mark. What's important is that the dead hand has stretched the nerves of the dark forest to the breaking point, and it's the most sensitive nerve that's most liable to make a move. Suppose there are 1,000,000 hunters in the forest. The number of civilizations on the billions upon billions of stars in the Milky Way could be thousands of times that. Perhaps 900,000 of them will disregard the marking. Of the remaining 100,000, maybe 99,000 of them will probe the location, and after confirming that it has no life, disregard it. But one of the remaining 10,000 hunters will surely make the choice to fire on that position. Because for civilizations at a certain level of technological development, attacking may be safer and less of a hassle than probing. If there's really nothing at that location, then there's no loss. The idea that the universe could be a dark forest strikes fear into my very core. Humans have always seemed to be fascinated with the idea of extraterrestrial life, making contact. For more than 100 years, we have blasted the sky with signals, sending pieces of our world out onto the cosmos in the form of waves, never thinking about exactly who might be listening. Though humans have revealed themselves to the Trisolarans, who only wanted to colonize the Earth for themselves, there were things far worse and far more powerful than the Trisolarans. Ancient civilizations were shielded in the dark and armed with the power to rip apart dimensions. Another fascinating and also quite troubling concept Cixin-Liu forces us to consider in his books is the potential effect that life has had upon the universe itself. Without life, the Earth would be a different planet. There would be no oceans, no rivers. The entire surface of the planet would be as dry as Mars. Life is not some tiny shell clinging to the surface of the world, fragile waiting to be snuffed out in an instant. Life, with the aid of time, is powerful enough to move mountains. And without life, it is very possible that by what we now consider to be the modern era, liquid water would not exist on planet Earth. Plants, animals, and bacteria all have had important roles in the present composition of our atmosphere. Without life, the atmosphere would be very different. It's possible that such an atmosphere would not be able to shield the surface of the Earth against solar winds and ultraviolet rays. And the oceans would evaporate. Soon, greenhouse effects would turn the Earth's atmosphere into a copy of Venus's, and then water vapor would be lost to space over time. After several billion years, the Earth would be dry. The Earth that we and all other life on this planet inhabit is ultimately a home constructed by life for itself. If we take this idea and apply it to the universe itself, then this thought occurs. If life has had such a drastic effect on the Earth, then what effect has life as a whole had on the universe itself? And what would the universe look like without life. If life was exceedingly rare in the universe, its impact on the evolution of the cosmos could be ignored. But if the universe was in fact teeming with life, as the famous Drake equation suggests, then a terrifying question arises. How much has the universe from its original state been altered by life? Is the nature that we experience natural at all? A terrifying revelation comes near the end of the final book in the series, Death's End. The universe had once been 10-dimensional, a state of perfection, but due to the destructive nature of life itself, those dimensions have collapsed, and the universe will continue to collapse until only a single dimension remained. Countless ancient civilizations potentially possess the capability of initiating dimension collapses in parts of the universe. It was one of the methods that hunters in the Dark Forest used to eliminate other intelligent species. The problem was that once a dimension strike occurred, it never ended. The universe itself was dying, drying up in patchwork formation as the Earth had done during the Great Ravine. The endless cosmic darkness that we saw as the universe today had been the result of the endless battles of the Dark Forest, and we as humans would never know the true beauty and perfection of the original cosmos. Aside from pure existential dread, this series has so many great science fiction ideas that I just love, such as the idea of cryogenics. The philosophy behind people being willing to freeze themselves in the present in order to wake up in the future is based on a very human but often not true assumption, that the future will somehow be better than now. Many of the characters throughout this book series experience being frozen and unthawed in a different era. I find it fascinating to read about how someone from a specific era interacts with the world and the people of a new era. This idea is also at the heart of one of my all-time favorite science fiction shows, the lighthearted animation show Futurama, whose main character, after being frozen for 1,000 years, wakes up in the year 3000 and has to deal with the fact that not only is he living in a world completely alien to him, but also everyone that he's ever known is dead. Cixin Liu's use of the concept of this helped to illustrate the idea that humans are humans even when coming from a different era. Cixin Liu throughout this series also explores the concept of the long view of history. He explores how certain events and figures throughout human history evolve in the way they are perceived by humanity. Men become gods, gods become devils, heroes become villains, and vice versa. We see this mainly with the characters Luo Ji and Shang Xin as their stories progress throughout the centuries, and also the inhabitants of the ships Blue Space and Gravity, who at certain points in history considered to be the enemies of all mankind, and at other points take on near mythic proportions in the mind of some humans, all due to the varying perspectives created by the different vantage points of time. On the whole, humanity seems to possess fleeting short-term memories, and ideas that aren't constantly reinforced instantly fade away in the midst of time. This is the reason that humanity seems to constantly repeat its old mistakes. We as a species simply forget. Some would say that Cixin Liu's trilogy is a quite pessimistic one, and I have to agree to an extent. Cixin Liu does seem to present a pretty pessimistic view of human nature as a whole, though certain individuals can sometimes come up with solutions that could potentially help, the human entity as a whole for some reason resist. It is easy to see the Trisolaran crisis in particular as a metaphor for climate change. Destruction is imminent, perhaps distant but certain, and it's likely that modern humans won't be affected nearly as much as the generations to come after. Can humankind come together to stop this crisis and ensure the survival of its future generations? One of the most interesting parts of the series is when we get to see how the various governments cooperate when it comes to dealing with the crisis in the beginning. At some point, the book mentions that there was a push for socialized technology, which would have given the human race as a whole a greatly increased chance of survival. The major world powers flat out rejected this notion because they believed it would weaken them. Not even the sure threat of alien annihilation was enough to force the world to cooperate. The US government said that no form of socialized technology was realistic, that it was a naive idea, and that under the present circumstances, US national security was a priority, second only to planetary defense. I would say that humankind as a whole is depicted as being rather selfish in this series, and many times we see how the species cannibalizes itself. Humanity is often its own greatest hindrance. The books are not all pessimism, however. The final book in the series, Death's Sin, does in fact end with certain optimistic undertones by highlighting the endurance of the human race and its spirit. Cixin Liu combines philosophy, science, and pure horror to create what is honestly one of the best science fiction book series I've ever read. The series is endlessly bold and unpredictable. Even the spoilers I've mentioned in this video barely begin to get to the place where these books eventually go. The third book, Death's Sin, gets more into the idea of the interdimensionality of the universe, which is endlessly intriguing and quite trippy actually. The series feels boundless in a way that a lot of other books just don't. The questions about humanity, about the universe that are brought up in this series are questions that I've been pondering since I read it a few months ago. The books aren't scary in the traditional sense, but the ideas it explores are chilling to the bone. The Remembrance of Earth's Past is science fiction at its best, and I hope to cover more of the series and explore some of its other concepts in future videos. Thanks so much for watching, guys.
It's not every day that I love a book series, and I read a lot of book series, especially science fiction. Ever since I read the Three Body Problem series, aka the Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy, I have not been able to stop thinking about it. The scale of this series is enormous. The ominous mysteries that it invokes are intriguing and chilling to the core. Now, I've made a few videos on this series, and you can find those linked in a playlist in the description. In this video, we will discuss some of the major events detailed in Book 2, The Dark Forest, The Great Ravine, and the Trisolarian Invasion of the Solar System.
By the year 205 of the Crisis Era, humanity at large believed that they had nothing to fear from the Trisolarian fleet, which had more than 200 years before it would reach our solar system. Fear of the Trisolarians, whose Sothon technology had crippled humankind's understanding of physics and allowed the aliens' real-time knowledge of events on Earth, had once nearly destroyed humanity, plunging them into a devastating period of time known as the Great Ravine. One might be tempted to compare the Great Ravine to the Depression of 1930, but the Great Ravine in nowhere compares to the Great Depression. It is far worse. In the year 1930, there were about 2 billion people on Earth. At the start of the Great Ravine, there were 8.3 billion people on Earth. And when there was no more food, billions starved. I have seen the grand march of hunger. Millions of people fleeing famine on the Great Plains through sand that blocked out the sky. Hot earth, and hot sun. When they died, they were divided up on the spot. It was hell on Earth. There are tons of videos to watch if you want. The Great Ravine awakened the worst of humanity. Cannibalism and obscene violence. Mankind became a gaggle of desperate animals fighting for scraps of food and resources. We had pushed Mother Earth to her breaking point, and the dried-up world could no longer provide. The Great Ravine was brought on by several things. The increasingly hostile political climate brought on by the knowledge of alien existence and their intended invasion, as well as humans growing hopeless due to the feeling that there was nothing that they could do to prevent the invasion, were among the contributors. But the biggest factor in causing the Great Ravine was the change of climate, which was sped on by the creation of the Space Force. Since the concept of escapism had been banned globally, the world focused tremendous resources on the development of planetary defense. The Space Force's creation and maintenance heavily polluted the atmosphere, raising the temperature of the Earth tremendously. Desertification began rapidly all over the Earth at once. Eventually, food could not be grown. The Great Ravine lasted 50 years, and during that time the vast majority of humans on Earth died. The population decreased from 8.3 billion to 3.5 billion.
The Great Ravine had been a time of tremendous suffering for humankind.
Famine on a level never seen before. Up until this point, the Great Ravine was the lowest point in human history. For many, it must have felt like the end of the human race, but it was merely a crucible. Humankind had been brought through it to appear on the other side. After the population of the Earth drastically decreased, society eventually began to restabilize. But this was only after the remaining people decided that perhaps the price they were paying to win the Doomsday Battle was too high. The people of Earth had to choose to focus on the present rather than what is to come. There was a revolution. New governments were formed. The space strategies terminated. Humanity poured its attention into improving the lives of people. Eventual crucial technology like genetic engineering and fusion technology emerged. Large-scale food production was no longer dependent on weather. Humankind entered a new golden age. After about 50 years of peace following the Great Ravine, humanity again turned its thoughts to the Trisolarans and their fleet, which still approached Earth. A global state of war was redeclared, and production of the Space Force began again. This time, however, with a more conditional trajectory of resource expenditure, as well as an assurance that work on the Space Force was to under no circumstance have a harsh impact on the world economy and community life. The space fleets of the world became independent countries, with a central governing body known as Fleet International.
By the year 205 of the Crisis Era, about 100 years after the Great Ravine, humankind had been renewed with confidence.
Ironically, the Space Force, whose construction had led to the climate conditions that had exacerbated human suffering during the Great Ravine, was by the year 205 of the Crisis Era the reason that humans were now confident that their own technology had surpassed the Trisolarans, or was at least sufficient to thwart them. They were convinced that they could never again return to the chaos of the Great Ravine. Humankind's exponential technological development was something the Trisolarans had acknowledged and feared. Sophon technology could limit it in many aspects, but not outright stop it. Space vessels of this era were enormous, 3 times the size of the largest seagoing carriers of the 21st century. The giant spacecraft, equal in volume to 3 of the largest seagoing carriers of the 21st century, was practically a small city. But it had no bridge or command module, or even a captain's room or operations room. In fact, it had no specific functional compartments whatsoever. All of them were identical, regular spheres that differed only in size. At any location inside the ship, you could just use a data glove to activate a holographic display, which due to the high cost was a rarity even in Earth's super-wired society. And at any location, so long as you had the appropriate system permissions, you could pull up a complete command console, including a captain's interface, which effectively made the entire ship, even the passageways and bathrooms, a bridge, command module, captain's room, and operations room. Technology had made incredible leaps and bounds, and ships of this day were simplistic to operate, given that one possessed proper permissions. Operations on board ships were essentially automatic, requiring minimal input to initiate. Under maximum acceleration, the best of humanity's fleet could reach 120 Gs, obviously a force far greater than what a human body could withstand without being crushed. Because of this, the crew would have to enter a deep-sea state. Essentially, cabins would be filled with an oxygen-rich fluid, which trained professionals could breathe directly. A ship would not enter ultra-acceleration mode unless it detected that the crew was in a deep-sea state. Pressure was in equilibrium inside and outside of a human body filled with deep-sea acceleration fluid, meaning it could sustain high pressures like a deep-sea fish. The environment of a liquid-filled cabin in a rapidly accelerating spacecraft was like that of the deep sea, so the liquid was now being used to protect human bodies against the ultra-acceleration of space travel, hence the term deep-sea state.
The Space Force now consisted of thousands of powerful fusion-filled warships equipped with lasers of immense destructive capabilities.
The technological development of the space fleet was, however, not the only reason for humanity's confidence that the Trisolarans were no longer a severe threat to human society on Earth. After passing through dust clouds, the Trisolaran fleet had begun to slow down. After passing through several of such clouds over the course of its 2-century journey into our solar system, it had lost its formation entirely. The Trisolarans have, however, launched an object, which is nearing our solar system. Some believe the object was a military probe, but there was a growing sentiment held by many people that it was a gift from the Trisolarans, a metaphorical white flag, communicating surrender or perhaps a willingness to negotiate. The belief that the Trisolarans would seek to negotiate was common in this era, for the Trisolarans would know of the current state of humanity's technological development. When humanity received the object within the solar system, it did not self-destruct as they expected it would had it been a military probe. They were then certain that it was a gift, and the beauty of the object did nothing to dispel this idea. The probe was a perfect teardrop shape, round at the head and pointy at the tail, with a surface so smooth it was a total reflector. The Milky Way was reflected on its surface as a smooth pattern of light that gave the Mercury droplet a pure beauty. Its droplet shape was so natural that observers imagined it in a liquid state, one for which an internal structure was impossible. Because of the droplet, people's opinions of the Trisolarans began to change. Humanity began to recognize that the Trisolarans were like themselves, a great civilization enduring the cold and uncaring cosmos, in search of a stable home. The public's opinion of the Trisolarans began to change from hatred to sympathy and even admiration. The existence of the Trisolarans meant we were not alone in the universe. Perhaps we could have a friend among the stars. The UN and the fleets accelerated their preparations for negotiations, and the two internationals began organizing delegations. All of this took place in the day after the droplet was captured. But what excited the people most of all was not the facts before their eyes, but the rudimentary outline of a bright future. What sort of fantastic paradise would the solar system become after the union of Trisolaran technology and human power?
The droplet was incredibly dense, as if the molecules had been nailed into place. It had no vibrations, it was completely solid.
And because of this, the object's temperature actually read at absolute zero. The droplet was a marvel of technical engineering, which demonstrated a scope of technological advancement that humankind had not breached yet. In normal matter, the separation between nuclei in separate atoms is actually quite large. To squeeze them together as they were in the droplet would require obscene force, far beyond the capabilities of humanity. This was their first hint that something was deeply wrong. But by then, it was already far too late. The droplet was not fragile like a tear. Entirely the opposite. Its strength was 100 times greater than the sturdiest material in the solar system. All known substances were as fragile as paper by comparison. It could pass through the earth like a bullet through cheese, without even the slightest harm to its surface. Then, what's it here for? The lieutenant colonel blurted out. Who knows? Maybe it really is just a messenger, but it's here to give humanity a different message, Ding Yi said, turning his gaze away from the droplet. What? If I destroy you, what business is it of yours? Suddenly the droplet moved, and when it moved incredibly fast. The 4 members of the expedition team which had received the droplet were annihilated immediately. The human fleet, which was watching from 1,000 kilometers away, initially read this as the droplet self-destructing. They felt sorrow for the 4 they had lost, and disappointed that the droplet was not in fact a messenger of peace. But nothing could have prepared the human race for what happened next. Within 51 seconds from the time of the explosion, the droplet had already flown 1,500 kilometers and now approached the corner of the Space Force's formation. By this point, neither the Space Force nor its computer systems had comprehended that the droplet had not been destroyed in the initial explosion. The computer systems did not register the droplet as a physical object, as its movements were seemingly impossible. It was moving at twice the third cosmic velocity, executing precise sharp turns without any drop in speed. Such force would completely flatten a normal object. The droplet, with its incredible force, begins to pass through the ships of the space fleet. After passing through Infinite Frontier, the droplet continued onward at a speed of 30 kilometers per second. In the space of 3 seconds, it had crossed 90 kilometers, passing through Yangfan, Infinite Frontier's neighbor in the first row, and then through Foghorn, Antarctica, and Ultimate, leaving their hulls red hot, as if the warships were giant lamps lined up. This triggered a kind of chain reaction, Each of the ships had been hit in the fusion fuel tanks. Nuclear fireballs illuminated the entire fleet against the smooth blackness of space. In precisely 1 minute and 18 seconds, the droplet had passed through the 100 ships in the first row of the Space Force's formation, leaving a trail of metallic magma adrift in space. As the droplet approached the second row, the fleet still did not understand what was happening. The sheer amount of information they had received in the last 80 seconds or so had only been analyzable by the computer system, which had finally, falsely determined that a powerful enemy space force had appeared and launched an attack on the fleet. The computer could provide no information about the enemy. The droplet was invisible to every means of detection they possessed, and was far faster than they had the capability to deal with. By this time, fleet commanders were in a state of numb shock. For nearly 2 centuries, research into space strategy and tactics had dreamed up every possible kind of extreme battle condition, but witnessing 100 warships blowing up like a string of firecrackers in under a minute was beyond what their minds could comprehend. The tide of information surging out of the battle information system meant that they were forced to rely on the analysis and judgment of the computer battlefield decision-making system and focus their attention on detecting an invisible enemy fleet that didn't even exist. All battle monitoring capacity was directed into the distant regions of space, ignoring the danger right in front of them. A fair number of people believed that the powerful invisible enemy might be a third-party alien force distinct from humanity and Trisolaris, because in their subconscious minds, Trisolaris remained the weaker, losing side. The scattering of superheated debris caused by these explosions further added to the confusion of this event. The computers misconceived the presence of this debris as an indication that the fleet was engaged in exchange of fire with an enemy space force. Everyone believed the droplet had already been destroyed. When the droplet moved to destroy the second row of ships, they were all still aligned. The droplet surged, and in 1 minute and 20 seconds the second row of 100 ships had been annihilated. The droplet took 2 minutes and 35 seconds to destroy the third row of ships. The ships in this row had begun to activate their defensive systems and were slightly misaligned, but it made little difference. 13 minutes of destruction went on before the fleet command system finally arrived at the correct assessment. Various scenarios for the Doomsday battle had been concocted during the 2 centuries of study of space strategy, but in the minds of strategists, the enemy had always been big. Humanity would meet the main part of the mighty Trisolaran force on a space battlefield, with every warship a fortress of death the size of a small city. They had imagined every extreme form of weapons and tactics the enemy could possibly possess, the most terrifying of which involved the Trisolaran fleet launching an attack using antimatter weapons and obliterating a Stellar-class battleship with antimatter the size of a rifle bullet. But now the combined fleet had to face facts. Their only enemy was a tiny probe, one drop of water out of the enormous ocean of Trisolaran strength. And this probe attacked using one of the oldest and most primitive tactics known to human navies: ramming.
Considering the complexity of the situation and the sheer volume of information, the Fleet Command system assessed the problem relatively quickly. It just wasn't quick enough.
The droplet itself was too quick. In that short time, it had destroyed more than 600 warships. A devastating reality washed over everyone who had the potential to conceive the truth of the situation. Command of a space battle was beyond their reach, and because of Sophon technology, it was beyond the reach of their artificial intelligence as well. Humanity would likely never have the capacity to engage in battle with Trisolaris. Purely in terms of command, they simply could not react fast enough. In 20 minutes, half the fleet, roughly 1,000 ships, had been completely destroyed. The remaining 1,000 ships were scattered, trapped in an expanding cloud of heated debris. At this point, the droplet's speed was 10 times the third cosmic velocity, moving at 170 kilometers per second. Its course took it smashing through debris that liquefied under impact, splashing away at high speed to collide with other debris and giving the droplet a brilliant tail. First, it resembled a comet bristling with rage, but as the tail lengthened, It turned into a huge silver dragon that stretched 10,000 kilometers. The entire metallic cloud glowed with the dragon's light as it whipped to and fro in its mad dance. The warships penetrated by the dragon's head began to explode along its body, so that it was dotted with the nuclear explosions of 4 or 5 small suns at any given time. Further back, molten battleships became multi-million-ton metallic magma explosions that dyed its tail a bewitching blood red.
30 minutes later, not a single ship remained in the cloud.
All but 21 ships had escaped the cloud, but the droplet went after them too, intending to complete its massacre. Quickly, it had hunted them down and destroyed them. Humanity's Space Force in the end had been useless against Trisolaran technology. 9 Trisolaran probes, presumably just like the one that had destroyed the entirety of humanity's Space Force, would arrive within the solar system within 3 years. With the destruction of the Space Force, human society once again collapsed into chaos. They had been lulled into a false sense of security, only to have it dashed away brutally in a devastating instant. The annihilation of the human race seemed almost certain at this point. That was until Luo Ji, a relic of a past governmental program known as the Wallfacer Project, committed the actions which would lead to the Deterrence Era. We will discuss the Deterrence Era and the events leading up to it in another video.
The Droplets Massacre, and how deeply unprepared humanity is for it in this book, forces us to consider the things that we are unprepared for in our society.
Like humanity in this era of the series, we are also overconfident that our technology will rectify our future problems, like climate change or overpopulation, and we are overconfident that the societal structures that we have created will remain stable indefinitely. There are a countless number of ways our society could recollapse into a dark age. Disease, nuclear weapons, a cosmic threat like an asteroid. Our society, our existence, is neither guaranteed nor stable. Also, like the humanity during this era in the book, we live mostly comfortable lives. That comfort often adds to the illusion of safety and stability. And quite frankly, sometimes it is just easier to believe that the future will be good, based on little evidence at all, and disregard totally the information that suggests otherwise. This leaves us utterly unready when unavoidable problems suddenly occur. The journey for humanity does not end here, however. For humanity in the series, I mean. As for the real world, I guess nobody knows. If you like my videos, consider following me on Twitter. Also help me out by hitting the like button. If you're interested in more about this series, or some other cool sci-fi books, check out the rest of my channel, where I cover some of my favorite science fiction stories. Cixin Liu's Remembrance vs. Past series has become one of my top science fiction series since I read it last year. Keep in mind, this video will have some spoilers for the series. There are many haunting philosophical quandaries brought up by the Three-Body Problem series, but there is one that stuck with me more than the others. One of the themes that weaves its way throughout all of Cixin Liu's books revolves around whether or not we can actually trust that our understanding of the universe actually reflects its true nature. As far as we can tell, the universe is about 14 billion years old. We calculate this by finding the oldest stars, and by measuring the rate of expansion of the universe. By observing the current state of the universe, we can calculate backwards towards the Big Bang. According to our best estimates, there are around 2 trillion galaxies in the universe, 200 billion trillion stars, and over 700 quintillion planets. The universe is estimated to be 28 billion parsecs across. It would take light, the fastest moving thing in the universe, 93 billion years to go from one side to the other. Hearing these numbers, you might assume that we understand a lot about the universe. But in actuality, all of these estimates are barely more than educated guesses. The two things that seem clearest are that the universe is incredibly old and incredibly big. It would be extremely arrogant of us to think that from our vantage point, here on a tiny blue ball orbiting a medium-sized star, in a 9-planet solar system somewhere in a lonely dark corner of the cosmos, we could actually grasp a full understanding of the intricate mechanisms that form the universe. We can only approximate. Scientists accept that much of our knowledge of the cosmos is subject to change as we learn more about its nature. As research unveils never-before-realized secrets of the universe, and as technologies make it easier for us to observe our surroundings, our understanding of the cosmos evolves. The suggestion made in the Three-Body Problem series is, however, more devastating than the idea of science gradually being updated based on advances in knowledge and technology. What if we are not merely wrong about a few things? What if our entire understanding of what the universe is and how it works is wrong? The universe does in fact seem ancient. If it is at least 14 billion years old, as our science suggests, then probability would suggest that there should have been countless civilizations to exist before mankind. As I discussed in my last Three-Body Problem video, the Drake equation suggests that the universe should be full of other life. And if this is true, then what potential effect has said life had on the universe, considering the immense effect that the existence of life has had upon the Earth? In the third book in the series, Death's End, the character Yang Dong witnesses a simulation depicting Earth throughout time with the variable of life removed. In the modern era, Earth was a twin of Mars. Humans often underestimated the effect that life has had on the environment of Earth. When Yang Dong considers this concept and applies it to the universe, which she at this point in the story understood was full of alien beings, her mind is brought to a new chilling concept. If what we see when we look into the cosmos is the universe exploding with life, then what would it look like without life? She tried to stop thinking, to turn her mind into empty darkness, but a new question stubbornly refused to leave her alone. Is nature really natural? Nature, as we see it, may not be in fact natural at all. The Three-Body Problem provides two analogies in an attempt to explain this concept, one far darker than the other. There is the shooter hypothesis and the farmer hypothesis. We will start with the shooter hypothesis. In the shooter hypothesis, a good marksman shoots at a target, creating a hole every 10 centimeters. Now suppose the surface of the target is inhabited by intelligent two-dimensional creatures. Their scientists, after observing the universe, discover a great law. There exists a hole in the universe every 10 centimeters. They have mistaken the result of the marksman's momentary whim for an unalterable law of the universe. We are observing the universe from a particular place and time, a blip on the cosmic scale. Just because the universe appears to us in a certain way now does not mean that it has always been this way, or that it will always be. We are, in this analogy, the two-dimensional beings, only able to measure the state of the universe as it exists from our perspective. The universe may be operating based on intricate schematics beyond our ability to comprehend. To further drive home this point is the farmer hypothesis, the far darker of the two analogies. Every morning on a turkey farm, the farmer comes to feed the turkeys. A scientist turkey, having observed this pattern to hold without change for almost a year, makes the following discovery. Every morning at 11, food arrives. On the morning of Thanksgiving, the scientist announces this law to the other turkeys. But that morning, at 11, the food doesn't arrive. Instead, the farmer comes and kills the entire flock. What is the universe? What is its nature? To think that we can know beyond a shadow of a doubt is to be as arrogant as the scientist turkey. We must consider that the universe may have a deadly and eldritch function, one that if we could fully comprehend might cause us to cry out in existential agony. This hypothesis can also be viewed as placing an emphasis on the potential life that formed in the darkness of the universe before we did. A high enough level civilization would have almost godlike potential compared to us. In this metaphor, they would be the farmer, and we the turkeys. Our place in the universe could be a comfortable illusion. For all we know, we could already be in the belly of the beast. This idea manifests itself in the series in two clear ways. The alien beings known as the Trisolarans' creation of Sophons, which invisibly stifled the progress of human development by rendering physics unreliable from within our region of space, and the existence of eons of interactions and wars between the higher dimensional beings that once inhabited the higher dimensional universe before it was gradually degraded by life. We discussed the latter in my video, The Mystery of the Fourth Dimension. The Trisolaran Sophons are the most direct example. The Sophons operated based on quantum mechanical principles. The word quantum refers to the minimum unit of any physical entity involved in interaction. So Sophons were in fact very small, though they could unfold into higher dimensions. Sophons were essentially supercomputers etched onto a proton. Because of the principles of quantum entanglement, Sophons on Earth provided a stream of instantaneous information about Earth to the Trisolaran homeworld. In real time, they watched and studied the human race. The Sophon supercomputer could impede the progress of scientific development wherever necessary, and humankind was incapable of stopping it. They had already been crippled. Our understanding of the universe would ultimately hit a standstill. The Trisolarans would not allow any development that could prevent their invasion and habitation of the Earth. In the first book in the series, we learned that scientists in different fields throughout the world had been committing suicide, Yang Dong included. This turned out to be the reason why. Upon discovering that their entire lives spent studying their particular fields of science had been rendered useless, they could not cope. Humankind does eventually begin to develop ways to thwart the Trisolarans. The Trisolarans do not have access to the thoughts hidden away within the human mind, and the aliens, unlike human beings, do not fully grasp the concept of deception. Because of this, humanity invents the Wallfacer Project, which we will go into more detail about in another video. The struggle between humanity and the Trisolarans continues for centuries. Both sides suffer greatly in the end. Humanity would eventually learn that there were others far more powerful and deadlier than the Trisolarans. Our interaction with the inhabitants of the Trisolaris star system had itself been a mere blip on the cosmic timeline. Cixin Liu's Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy describes the journey of mankind through 8 distinct eras. The Common Era, the era most familiar to the one you and I know, before they knew what awaited within the dark forest beyond the stars. The year 201 XCE, or 2010 AD, would mark the end of the Common Era. The epoch CE stood for Crisis Era. This was the era directly following humanity's discovery that not only was there other intelligent life in the universe, but it was vicious and hungry, determined to snuff out the human race and claim the Earth for its own. The Crisis Era would last from 201 XCE to 2208 AD, which would mark the start of the Deterrence Era, which would last 62 years to be followed by a brief period of time known as the Post-Deterrence Era, which lasted approximately 2 years, from 2270 to 2272. The ages that followed were, in order, the Broadcast Era, from 2272 to 2332, the Bunker Era, from 2333 to 2400, the Galaxy Era, which began in 2273 and continued indefinitely, and finally, the Black Domain Era for the DX3906 star system, which lasted from 2687 through 18,906,416. We will discuss all of these eras in future videos, but in this one we will hone in on perhaps the most crucial era of all for humanity, the Deterrence Era, which began with the Wallfacer known as Luo Ji. Part 1. The Wallfacers. To understand what happened to bring about the Deterrence Era, which kept the Trisolarans at bay after the devastating droplet attack, which annihilated humanity's entire space force, we have to talk about the Wallfacers. The Wallfacer Project was enacted in Year 7 of the Crisis Era. It was known that the Trisolarans, through the powers of their technology, had the ability to monitor the actions of humanity in real time. This was by use of a supercomputer etched onto a proton. This supercomputer was entangled at the quantum level, with another on the world of Trisolaris. The word quantum, of course, refers to the minimum unit of any physical entity involved in interaction. Quantum entanglement, also sometimes referred to as the quantum non-local connection, is a property of a quantum mechanical system in which the quantum states of two objects are linked together in such a way that one object can no longer be adequately described without full mention of its counterpart. This gave the aliens perfect sight of all events on Earth and the ability to instantly sabotage much of the technological progress at the quantum level. The Trisolarans did have blind spots, however. Because of the nature of their own existence, the Trisolarans did not have a full grasp of human deception. They also had no access to the inner workings of the human mind. They could not read human thoughts. They could not easily interpret human emotions. The Wallfacer Project was meant to take advantage of these facts. 4 Wallfacers were chosen. The first was the American citizen, Frederick Tyler, a former Secretary of Defense. The second was a man named Manuel Rey Diaz, the current president of Venezuela. The third was a world-renowned English scientist and politician named Bill Hines. The fourth, and seemingly least qualified Wallfacer, was a Chinese man named Luo Ji. The Wallfacers from within their own minds were to each devise a plan to thwart the Trisolarans. They would have diplomatic immunity globally and unlimited resources to go about their efforts. At its heart, the project consists of selecting a group of people to formulate and direct strategic plans. They will develop their plans entirely in their own minds, with no communication of any kind with the outside world. The true strategy of these plans, the necessary steps for completion, and the ultimate aims will remain hidden inside the brain. We shall call them the Wallfacers, because that ancient Eastern name for meditators mirrors the unique characteristics of their work. As they direct the execution of their strategic plans, the thoughts and behaviors these Wallfacers present to the outside world will be entirely false, a carefully crafted melange of disguise, misdirection, and deception. The subject of this misdirection and deception will be the entire world, both enemy and ally, until a huge, bewildering maze of illusions is erected to make the enemy lose its judgment, and to delay as long as possible the moment it works out our true strategic intent. The Wallfacers would be granted unprecedented powers that would allow them, if they so chose, to mobilize and exploit Earth's military resources. They would not be expected to explain their commands or their actions, regardless of how discombobulating their behavior might appear to the outside. The sole organization granted the authority to veto Wallfacer commands would be the UN Planetary Defense Council, who would also monitor and control Wallfacer activity. The Wallfacers would use hibernation technology in order to bridge the centuries until the time came when humanity would face the Trisolarans, waking when it was necessary to engage another stage of their plan. The Wallfacers are undertaking the most difficult mission in human history. They will truly be on their own, their souls closed off to the world, to the entire universe. Their only communication partner and sole spiritual support will be themselves. Shouldering this great responsibility, they will pass through the long years alone. So let me speak for all humanity and offer them our deepest respect. All 4 Wallfacers made efforts. They all failed but one. Luo Ji would ultimately be responsible for saving the human race. Part 2. The Spell. By chance, previously in his life, Luo Ji had come into contact with Ye Wenji, the woman responsible for intentionally exposing the location of Earth to Trisolaris and founding ETO, Earth Trisolaris Organization, which acted as the human hand of the Trisolarans on this planet. It was because of her that he had been introduced to the concept of cosmic sociology. It was based on only 2 axioms. First, survival is the primary need of civilization. Second, civilization continuously grows and expands, but the total matter in the universe remains constant. The Trisolarans were aware of the fact that Ye Wenji had introduced Luo Ji to this concept, because they knew that the ultimate extrapolation of its axioms would lead to a piece of information about the universe that the Trisolarans were attempting to conceal from humanity. Throughout the years, Luo Ji had fixated on Ye Wenji's words to him, trying to extract as much meaning as possible. Eventually he begins to understand. Perhaps there were deadly assassins shielded in the darkness of the cosmos. He had to test his theory, and he knew one way to do so. He called it a spell. Using the sun's radio wave magnification capabilities, they would send a message out into the cosmos. This message would contain 3 simple images, along with some additional information intended to demonstrate the images were sent by some form of intelligence. Each of the images were of planets in the star system 187J3X1. "What is it?" asked the US representative, who, like the rest of the attendees, was inspecting the images carefully. Wallfacer Luoji, according to the basic principles of the Wallfacer Project, you do not need to answer that question, the chair said. "It's a spell," he said. The rustling and murmuring in the auditorium stopped abruptly. Everyone looked up in the same direction, so that Luoji now knew the location of the screen, displaying his feed. "What?" asked the chair with narrowed eyes. "He said it's a spell," someone seated at the circular table said loudly. "A spell against whom?" Luoji answered. "Against the planets of star 187J3X1. Of course, it could also work directly against the star itself. What effect will it have? That's unknown right now, but one thing is certain. The effect of the spell will be catastrophic. Is there a chance these planets have life? I consulted repeatedly with the astronomical community on that point. From present observational data, the answer is no," Luoji said, narrowing his eyes like the chair had. He prayed silently. May they be right. The star system 187J3X1 was about 50 light years away, so it would take at least that long for there to be any results to his spell. Luoji instructed them to only wake him from hibernation when the effect of his spell had been detected. But Luoji's wishes would not be respected. He was not woken until approximately 200 years later, and by this point in history, the Wallfacer Project was all but forgotten. Many in the current era looked upon the decision to form the Wallfacer Project in the first place as a gross misjudgment on the part of the leaders of the old age. In this day and age, Luoji would be looked at as little more than an average citizen. It wouldn't be until after the Battle of Darkness, which annihilated the entirety of Earth's Space Force, that the Wallfacer Project was revalidated and Luoji's status restored. The reasons for the restoration of this project and his status were simple. His spell had worked. 187J3X1 has been destroyed. When? 51 years ago. It was observed a year ago, but no one was paying much attention to that star, so the observations were only discovered this afternoon. A few desperate people in the SFJC wanted to find inspiration in history, and they remembered the Wallfacer Project and your spell, so they looked at 187J3X1 and found that it wasn't there anymore. In its place was a nebula of debris. They scanned through all observational records of the star until its destruction a year ago, then pulled all of the observational data of 187J3X1 at the time it exploded. Luoji's spell had revealed the location of the star to the greater universe, marking it as a system bearing life, though he knew otherwise. The effect was the same. The star had been fully stable. It had not gone nova naturally. Prior to its destruction, a tiny object called a photoid, moving near the speed of light, was observed rushing at the star. The resulting explosion vaporized all 4 planets in the star system. Luoji now understood that he was correct. He had been chosen to become a Wallfacer because the Trisolarans had wanted him dead. They wanted him dead because they knew he was close to uncovering the secret they had desperately wanted to conceal from humanity. The universe is actively hostile, and intelligent life that revealed itself was ultimately wiped out by a technologically superior race. Whatever civilization had destroyed 187J3X1 was far more advanced than the Trisolarans by several orders of magnitude. The location of Earth at this point had only been revealed to the Trisolarans. The aliens knew that if humanity knew this secret of the universe, they may attempt to reveal the location of Trisolaris, which would also inadvertently reveal the location of the Earth as well, dooming both civilizations. Part 3. The Chain of Suspicion. To understand the hostility of cosmic society, you have to understand a concept known as Chain of Suspicion. The books use a metaphor of 2 worlds. They are the only worlds in the universe. Let's call these 2 civilized worlds your civilization and my civilization. They are separated by a great distance, say 100 light years. You can detect that I exist, but you don't know any details. However, I'm completely ignorant of your presence. Now we need to define two concepts, benevolence and malice, between civilizations. These words themselves aren't very rigorous in a scientific context, so we've got to restrict their meaning. Benevolence means not taking the initiative to attack and eradicate other civilizations. Malice is the opposite. There is no way for either of the civilizations to know whether or not the other is benevolent or malignant. The world that knows of the existence of the other is at an advantage here. Even if they do not know the specific location of the other world, the fact that they know of its existence means that they can search for them, and due to the exponential nature of technological growth, they will eventually locate them. It's only a matter of time. Let's say both civilizations know of each other's existence. Even if both civilizations think the other is benevolent, neither of the civilizations can feel safe because, as I said before, there is no way for either of the civilizations to know what the other thinks of it. You might assume that through communication, these two worlds will be able to determine whether the other was malicious or not. If the other world was benevolent, communication could potentially be continued and perhaps the worlds could be united. If not, then the technologically weaker civilization would be eradicated. This type of scenario could happen on Earth, but the chain of suspicion is much longer in space. Let's say that both civilizations know that the other thinks that they are benevolent. They still don't know what the other thinks about what they think about the other. It's a convoluted line of logic that goes on indefinitely. On Earth, the chain of suspicion would be resolved quickly. Humans have common language, common experience, and efficient communication. None of this is present in space among separate races of beings on separate worlds in the cosmos. That's the chain of suspicion. It's something you don't see on Earth. Humanity's shared species, cultural similarities, interconnected ecosystem, and close distances means that in this environment, the chain of suspicion will only extend a level or two before it's resolved through communication. But in space, the chain of suspicion can be very long. Something like the Battle of Darkness will already have taken place before communication can resolve it. In actual cosmic civilization, the biological differences between different groups might be as high as the kingdom level, and cultural differences are even further beyond our imagining. Add this to the vast distances between them, and you have chains of suspicion that are practically indestructible. That means that the outcome is the same, regardless of whether we're benevolent civilizations or malicious civilizations. That's right. That's the most important aspect of the chain of suspicion. It is unrelated to the civilization's own morality and social structure. It is enough to think of every civilization as the points at the end of the chain. Regardless of whether civilizations are internally benevolent or malicious, when they enter the web formed by chains of suspicion, they're all identical. Now you might think that a benevolent civilization that knows of the existence of a much weaker civilization could attempt to communicate with the weaker civilization, which wouldn't be a threat to the technologically superior world. This, of course, would not work because of a concept I mentioned earlier, the exponential nature of technological progress. Humans have existed for approximately 100,000 years, but the vast majority of our technological progression has happened within the last 300 years. On the scale of the universe, whose timeline moves on a much slower trajectory, this is not merely a progression. This is an explosion. On Earth, it took 300 years, but there's no reason why humanity should be the fastest of all cosmic civilizations. Maybe there are others whose technological explosions were even more sudden. I'm weaker than you, but once I've received your message and know of your existence, the chain of suspicion is established between us. If at any time I experience a technological explosion that suddenly puts me far ahead of you, then I'm stronger than you. On the scale of the universe, several hundred years is a snap of a finger, and it might be that my knowledge of your existence and the information I received from our communication was the perfect spark to set off that explosion. That means that even though I'm just a newborn or growing civilization, I'm still a big danger to you. If you are the stronger civilization, The weaker civilization is a threat because of the potential for technological explosion. They could find and destroy your civilization within a blip on the cosmic scale. This was the very reason the Trisolarans attempted to stall human technological progress. The Trisolarans and the humans are unique in this particular case, however. Rather than attempting to annihilate the world, as would be the goal of most Dark Forest attacks, the Trisolarans seek to live on the world themselves. Their own world was a part of a triple star system, causing their planet to be highly unstable environmentally. The Trisolarans had never been able to correct this problem and instead sought a new home. Earth was perfect for them. But even if the Trisolarans didn't wish to inhabit Earth themselves, Earth revealing its own location would have still had devastating consequences. The chain of suspicion is the reason that the universe is a dark forest. Part 4. The Deterrence Era. Now that we understand the chain of suspicion, we can talk about the Deterrence Era. Directly following the Battle of Darkness, Luo Ji discovered the results of his spell. Using the sun, he was able to transmit 3 images into the cosmos. Each of the images consisted of 30 points, which represented the planar projection of a 3-dimensional coordinate system that contained the position of 30 stars. By combining the 3 images, an intelligence could create a cubic space populated by those 30 points. It would represent the relative positions of 187J3X1 and the 30 or so stars surrounding it. A label also drew attention to the star, 187J3X1. Think carefully about it, and you'll get it. A hunter in a dark forest, stalking with bated breath, suddenly notices that a piece of bark has been stripped from a tree in front of him. On the eye-catching bit of white wood that's been revealed is a position in the forest, written in characters that all hunters can recognize. What will he think about that location? He's certainly not going to imagine that someone has laid out supplies for him there. Out of all the possibilities, the most likely one is that the blaze is informing everyone that there's live prey at that location that needs to be eliminated. Even if the vast majority of the civilizations that received the message chose not to act, at least some will. And that act due to chain of suspicion will almost certainly be hostile. Luo Ji realizes what he must do. As I said, the Trisolarans monitor all human events. Luo Ji had only to speak out in order to speak to them directly. "I'm speaking to Trisolaris," Luo Ji said. His voice wasn't loud. He thought about repeating himself, but he knew that they could hear him. Luo Ji raised his left hand, revealing an object on his wrist, the size of a watch. "This is a vital signs monitor, linked through a transmitter to a cradle system. You remember Wallfacer Ray Diaz from 2 centuries ago, so you certainly know about cradle systems. The signal sent from this monitor travels the links of the cradle system to the Snow Project's 3,614 bombs deployed in solar orbit. Now, I will in a future video do a detailed analysis of the plans of each Wallfacer, but for now we will stay focused. Wallfacer Ray Diaz's plan to thwart the Trisolarans had failed in the end, but as we can see, Luo Ji was able to adapt the technology for his own purposes. The signal is sent out once every second to maintain the bombs in a non-triggered state. If I die, the system's maintenance signal will vanish and all of the bombs will detonate, turning the oil film surrounding the bombs into 3,614 interstellar dust clouds, ringing the sun. From a distance, the sun's visible light and other high-frequency bands will appear to flicker through the dust cloud coverage. The position of every bomb has been precisely arranged in solar orbit so that this flickering will generate a signal transmitting 3 simple images of the sort I sent out 2 centuries ago. Each image an arrangement of 30 points, with one labeled for composition into a 3-dimensional coordinate diagram. But unlike last time, the position will contain the transmission of Trisolaris relative to its surrounding 29 stars. The sun will be a galactic lighthouse, casting that spell, in the process, of course, also exposing the position of the sun and Earth. To receive the entire transmission at any single point in the galaxy will take more than a year, but there ought to be more than a few civilizations that have the technology to observe the sun from multiple vantage points. If that's the case, they may only need a few days or even a few hours to obtain all the information they need. Luo Ji threatened to reveal the location of Earth and Trisolaris. Both worlds would be doomed in the end, but humanity would never be subjugated by the Trisolarans. The detonator invisibly tied to his heart would ignite, revealing the location of both worlds if he was killed. After revealing this information to the Trisolarans, he then prepares for what could be his final act. He placed the tip of the pistol to his heart and said, "Now I'm going to stop the beating of my heart. By doing so, I will be committing the greatest crime in the history of our two worlds. I express my deepest apologies to our two civilizations for the crime that I commit, but I have no regrets, because this is the only option. I know the Sophons are nearby, but you have ignored humanity's call. Silence is the greatest form of contempt, and we have put up with this contempt for 2 centuries. Now, if you wish, you can continue to remain silent. I will give you 30 seconds. Suddenly, Luo Ji saw 3 spheres appear before him. It was a Sophon, a Trisolaran supercomputer. The 3 spheres each flashed a single word: stop. Can I discuss terms? Luo Ji asked, looking up at the 3 spheres. First, put down the gun. Then we can discuss terms. This is not a negotiation. These are my demands if I am to go on living. All I wish to know is whether or not you accept. State your demands. Have the droplet, or rather the probe, cease its transmissions towards the sun. It has been done as you ask. Once the Trisolarans realized the severity of the issue, they knew that Luo Ji had checkmated them. They had no choice but to give in to his demands, otherwise risk the destruction of their own world and the destruction of the world they had hoped to inhabit. Luo Ji commands the Trisolarans to turn the other 9 droplets heading for the solar system away. The Trisolarans immediately react affirmatively. The probes emit visible light so that humanity has the means to confirm that they are in fact moving away from the solar system. Finally, Luo Ji will not permit the Trisolaran fleet to cross the Oort cloud. The Trisolarans place their ships at maximum deceleration, but inform Luo Ji that it will be impossible for them to decelerate quickly enough to avoid reaching the Oort cloud. Luo Ji commands them to set course away from the solar system. Then, like the droplet group, set a course away from the solar system. Changing course in any direction is death. This will cause the fleet to fly by the solar system and into the desolation of space. The fleet's life support system will not last long enough to return to Trisolaris or search for another viable star system. Death isn't a certainty. Perhaps human or Trisolaran ships can catch up and rescue them. This will require a command from the High Council. If changing course is a lengthy process, get started on it now. That will give me and all the other lives a chance to live on. The period of silence lasted for 3 minutes. Then, the fleet will begin to change course in 10 Earth minutes. 2 years from now, human space observation systems will be able to observe the change of heading. The Trisolarans admit that strategy had been their ultimate failure, and they had been unable to correctly interpret Luo Ji's actions during the time in which he prepared his plan. By this point in history, ETO, who had once enacted their own wall breaker program to oppose the wall facers, were no longer around. You spent 2 whole months in the control room remotely controlling the ion engines to make fine adjustments to their positioning. We didn't care about that at the time because we thought you were just using the meaningless task as a way to escape reality. We never imagined what the distance between the bombs really meant. Another chance was when I consulted a group of physicists with questions about Sophon unfoldings in space. If the ETO was still around, they would have already seen through me. Yes, abandoning them was a mistake. The Sophon vanishes, and the deterrence era begins. It would last for more than 60 years, and its fall would mark the darkest point in human history yet. Following humanity's discovery of the dark forest state of the universe, humankind finally let go of the optimistic child it had once been. Humanity grew paranoid, a loner in the vast universe, terrified of even a spark from the darkness. Initially, even cell phone use was banned. Antennas around the world were forcibly shut down. Some sense was gradually restored as people realized that there was little harm in the vast majority of communications. Still, there were severe restrictions regarding electromagnetic radiation, and all radio communications were required to operate at minimum power, though most understood that these regulations were meaningless. At the start of the deterrence era, most of Earth's heavy industries moved into orbit. As a result, the natural ecology of Earth recovered to what it had been before the Great Ravine. In fact, due to a drop in population and the continued industrialization of food production, much of Earth's land was allowed to return to nature, almost as if the planet itself was transforming into a giant park. Luoji's creation of Dark Forest deterrence against the Trisolarans was considered to be a great achievement, but the Wallfacer project itself was judged by history as a ridiculous and childish act. Luoji eventually transferred control of the deterrent system over to the UN and the Solar Fleet, and people began to turn their attention to deterrence itself. And from this, deterrence game theory was developed. When the deterrent was the complete destruction of both the deterrer and the deterree, as it was in this situation, then the system was said to be in a state of what they called ultimate deterrence. Ultimate deterrence is of course distinguished from other forms of deterrence by the fact that carrying out the threat would be of no benefit to the deterrer, Earth in this case. The ultimate key to deterrence is the belief by the deterree, aka the Trisolarans, that the deterrer, humanity, would almost certainly carry out the threat. But the simple fact is, if authority to carry out the threat in Dark Forest deterrence was given to all of humanity, then the probability of the threat actually being carried out would be practically zero. Asking humanity to take action that would destroy two worlds is difficult. The decision would violate deeply held moral principles and values. The particular conditions of Dark Forest deterrence made the task even harder. Should deterrence fail, humanity would survive for at least one more generation. In a sense, everyone alive would be unaffected. But in the event of deterrence failing, carrying out the threat and broadcasting would mean that destruction could come at any moment, a far worse result than not carrying out the threat. Thus, if deterrence failed, the reaction of humankind as a whole could be easily predicted. When developing deterrence game theory, humanity quickly realized that though humanity as a whole could be predicted, individual reactions could not be so easily predicted. The success of Dark Forest deterrence was founded on the unpredictability of Luoji as an individual. If deterrence failed, his actions would be guided by his own personality and psychology. Even if he acted rationally, his own interests might not match humanity's interests perfectly. At the beginning of the deterrence era, both worlds carefully analyzed Luoji's personality and built up detailed mathematical models. Human and Trisolaran deterrence game theorists reached remarkably similar conclusions. Depending on his mental state at the moment deterrence failed, Luoji's degree of deterrence hovered between 91.9% and 98.4%. Trisolaris would not gamble with such odds. Quite soon after humanity realized this, full control of the deterrence system was handed back over to Luoji. The entire process of transferring authority took about 18 hours. The Trisolarans' failure to take this opportunity to destroy the ring of nuclear bombs surrounding the sun during this time was considered their greatest strategic blunder during the war between the two worlds. For the vast majority of the deterrence era, the detonation switch which would fulfill the threat of deterrence would be kept by Luoji, the first sword holder in human history. It would be the second sword holder, Shang-Xin, whose inaction would lead to the end of the deterrence era, and ultimately the destruction of the solar system itself. We will discuss Shang-Xin and the events following the deterrence era in another video. Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure you like and subscribe for more Quinn's ideas. Hi guys, it's Quinn here. If you enjoy my videos, consider hitting the like button. It's the only way the YouTube algorithm really notices me. The Three-Body Problem series, aka the Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy, is one of the coolest modern science fiction series that I've read. Reading about humanity's struggle throughout the eons to survive in a hostile cosmos is beyond compelling to me. In this video, I'll pick up where I left off in the last video, at the beginning of the Deterrence era, which brought peace between the Trisolarans and humanity. Keep in mind that this video will have spoilers for the books. Part 1. The Sword Holders. The Doomsday Battle was the bloodiest single event in history up until that point. Trisolaran technology had proven to be far beyond the scope of what humans had actually prepared for. In a ridiculously short period of time, all of humanity's space force had been annihilated. A few ships survived, to await some lonely and cold existence out in deep space. The people of Earth were left in shock and horror as even more Trisolaran probes with greater destructive power than humans had previously even conceived of speed toward the Earth. They were saved by the actions of the Wallfacer Luo Ji, who became the world's first ever sword holder. I go into detail as to how this happened in this video. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend you watch it before this one. In it, I explain the concepts of chain of suspicion and deterrence game theory, which are key to understanding the events of the series as they play out from this point on. Essentially, Luo Ji held the Trisolarans at bay by threat of mutually assured destruction. If the Trisolarans showed aggression towards humanity, he would activate a detonator, which would reveal the location of Trisolaris and the Earth to the greater universe. Based on the logic of Dark Forest hypothesis, which we've covered in detail in other videos in this series, this would mean death for both worlds, as some hunter in the Dark Forest was bound to notice the worlds and act to destroy them. The Trisolarans and humanity had both determined independently of each other that Luo Ji's likelihood of fulfilling the threat should the Trisolarans violate deterrence was well over 90%, but everyone knew Luo Ji could not live forever. Eventually a new sword holder would have to be chosen. In the third book in the series, we meet the woman who would eventually become the world's second ever sword holder, and the last. It was decided that a vote would be held to elect the next sword holder. Shang Xin had been one of 7 candidates. The other 6 were all men. The election took place about 60 years into the deterrence era. I should acknowledge that this particular section of the book presents some pretty questionable ideas about the nature of masculinity and femininity. This may be where some of the author's real-world beliefs seep into the narrative. I just thought I'd point this out, as some readers may definitely be off-put by it. Shang Xin was the favorite candidate for a few reasons. One, she had served in the PIA, aka the PDC Strategic Intelligence Agency, which in the last few centuries had actively gathered an enormous amount of intelligence about Trisolaris. They had even warned of the imminent droplet attack, but were not listened to. By this point in history, the PIA possessed an almost legendary status in the public's view. Also, the public had grown to think differently about the Trisolarans yet again. In fact, Trisolarans had begun to make a significant impact on human culture and art. The art and culture of this age were nothing like she had imagined, but it wasn't simply a matter of a return to classical style either. It was more of a spiraling sublimation of postmodernism, built upon a new aesthetic foundation. For instance, a fairy tale of Youngsti contained profound metaphors for the universe and space-time, but Shang Xin was most impressed by the disappearance of the gloomy despair and bizarre noise so prevalent in the postmodern culture and art of the 21st century. In their place was an unprecedented warm serenity and optimism. "I love your era," said Shang Xin. "I'm surprised." You'd be even more surprised if you knew the artists behind these films, paintings, and music. They're all Trisolarans, from 4 light years away. AA laughed uproariously as she observed Shang Xin's stunned gape. Essentially, humanity began to see the Trisolarans as more like them. Some began to believe that perhaps the Trisolarans wouldn't carry out an attack even if the sword holder failed to carry out the deterrence threat. Perhaps the symbol of the sword holder was all that mattered. Also, the Trisolarans have created a sort of emissary on Earth, an android. She is the voice of Trisolaris on this world. The Trisolarans, instead of continuing the trend of silence, have now elected to speak through this form. She is referred to as simply Sofan. The android takes the form of a gentle Japanese woman. She appears harmless, a far cry from the cold, intangible form Sofan had previously taken. The Trisolarans had even helped with the development of human science, giving humanity supposedly crucial details about the nature of the cosmos. Opinions of the Trisolarans gradually shifted. Essentially, this exposes the very short-term memory of humanity. When humans are comfortable, they begin to take that comfort for granted. They assume that it will continue to exist. They forget about the mistakes of the past, and the forgotten past is often repeated. If Shang Xin was chosen, She would have to attack fast if the Trisolarans went on the offensive. She would have to make the decision to destroy her own world in that moment, with no time to ponder. Humanity was not so naive as to believe that the Trisolarans had turned the other droplet probes away from the solar system. It was likely that they were hidden somewhere within the solar system, invisible from detection. Even by spreading oil films or using other advanced detection techniques, humans could only reliably detect droplets if they approach within 1/10 of an AU of Earth, or 15 million kilometers. Outside this sphere, the droplets were free to roam undetected. At maximum speed, a droplet could cross 15 million kilometers in 10 minutes. This is all the time the sword holder would have to make a decision if Dark Forest deterrence broke down. Ultimately, Shang Xin is elected as sword holder, and the transference process between her and Luo Ji is complete. Shang Xin knows that from this day forward, she and the detonator will be one. It would almost be like a part of her body. She looked at the red switch in her hand. It was already a part of her. She and it would be inseparable from now on. Even when she slept, she had to keep it by her pillow. The white semicircular hall was deathly silent, as though time was sealed in here and no longer flowed. It really did resemble a tomb. But this would be her entire world from now on. She decided that she had to give life to this place. She didn't want to be like Luo Ji. She wasn't a warrior, a duelist. She was a woman, and she needed to live here for a long time, perhaps a decade, perhaps half a century. Indeed, she had been preparing for this mission her whole life. Now that she stood at the starting point of her long journey, she felt calm. In Shang Xin's mind, she was a protector, not a destroyer, not a warrior. She was willing to use the remaining years of her life to maintain the balance between the world of Trisolaris and the Earth. Before she accepted the sword holder role, she had a conversation with the android Sophon, who tells her that it is both of their duties to make the Earth beautiful and prosperous. Shang Xin believed the Earth would grow stronger with Trisolaran science, and at the same time Trisolaris would grow more civilized with Earth culture. One day, she hoped the world would no longer need a sword holder. Put down that red switch and return to the surface. The world no longer needs Dark Forest deterrence, no longer needs a sword holder. As I stated in my Deterrence Era video, deterrence works because of the guarantee of mutually assured destruction. Luo Ji's likelihood of fulfilling the threat was something that the Trisolarans could determine mathematically. So it stands to reason that it was also something that they could determine about Shang Xin. It took 15 minutes after the transfer of the sword holder position for the Trisolarans to violate deterrence. The resulting devastation was macroscopic in comparison to the devastation of the first droplet attack. When she faced that distant world as the sword holder, Shang Xin, unlike Luo Ji, did not feel this was a life or death contest. She thought of it as a game of chess. She would sit tranquilly before the chessboard, thinking of all the openings, anticipating the opponent's attacks, and devising her own responses. She was ready to spend her life playing this game. But her opponents hadn't bothered to move any pieces on the board. Instead, they had simply lifted the chessboard and smashed it at her head. Part 2. The Invasion. The Trisolarans attacked the stations on Earth, which would activate the spell, revealing the locations of both worlds. During this time, Shang Xin can only watch, frozen in horror. She had known deep down that she could never carry out the threat, but she had been convinced that she would not have to. It was a mistake that would affect every human on Earth. The red light on the screen faded, replaced by the white background from before. The room seemed brighter and more open. A few lines of black text appeared. North American gravitational wave transmitter destroyed. European gravitational wave transmitter destroyed. Asian gravitational wave transmitter destroyed. Solar radio amplification function suppressed on all bands. Silence once again reigned over everything, except the faint sound of water trickling somewhere. A pipe had burst during the quake. Shang Xin understood that the droplet attack on the Asian gravitational wave transmitter had caused the earthquake. The antenna was about 20 kilometers from here, and was also deeply buried. The droplets had not even bothered attacking the sword holder. The black text disappeared. After some moments of blankness, a last screen of text faded in. Gravitational wave universal broadcast system cannot be recovered. Dark Forest deterrence has been terminated. The Trisolarans had known that Shang Xin would not act. They had done everything they could to manipulate her into accepting the position, and had done everything they could so that humanity would accept her as their sword holder. After all these years, the Trisolarans had learned deception. This was due to the fact that they had been given access to a human brain, but we will discuss how that happened in another video, as it is extremely relevant to events later in the books. Initially, the Trisolarans had no way to directly study a human brain, but suddenly, they did. In a speech broadcasted to the entire planet, the Sophon android finally reveals its true nature, and admits that they had only been waiting for humanity to let down its guard, waiting for them to become weak. They had given them false science and never had any intention of actually helping humanity. Sophon became the herald of the second Trisolaran invasion. Sophon reveals that the second Trisolaran fleet would arrive in approximately 4 years to complete the conquest of the solar system. The Trisolarans claim to no longer intend to exterminate the human race, but instead they would allow them to live on reservations throughout the solar system. Most humans would migrate to the island of Australia. Somehow, however, even with the fall of deterrence, humanity hadn't fully accepted its fate. They made no move to surrender, holding to the illusion that they may have one final tranquil generation. They were wrong. After Sophon's speech, no country responded, and no one actually immigrated. 5 days after this historical reservation proclamation, one of the 5 droplets cruising within the Earth's atmosphere attacked 3 large cities in Asia, Europe, and North America. The purpose of the attacks wasn't to destroy the cities, but to instill terror. The droplet passed straight through the giant forest of these cities, colliding with all hanging buildings that happened to be in the way. The struck buildings burned and then fell several hundred meters like overripe fruits. Over 300,000 people died in the worst disaster since the Doomsday Battle. People finally understood that to the droplets, the human world was as fragile as eggs under a poised rock. Cities and large-scale facilities were defenseless. If the Trisolarans wanted, they could lay waste to every city until the surface of the Earth was one large ruin. I would say that a brutal war was waged between humanity and the Trisolarans, but it was not a war, it was a slaughter. Humanity was no match for the might of the Trisolarans. The Trisolarans forced humanity out of every corner of the Earth and crowded most of them into Australia. Anyone that resisted was quite simply annihilated. To the Trisolarans, humankind were bugs, insignificant creatures that either must comply or be eliminated. They intended to let the remnants of humanity exist in a horrible state of famine and chaos on the island of Australia, until eventually they'd have no choice but to feed on each other. The aliens intended the vast majority of humankind to die in this brutal way. No one on Earth had the ability to resist. The possibility of deterrence had been destroyed. The human race had been herded like animals and left to rot, while the Trisolarans began preparations to inhabit the Earth. Sophon, who once seemed gentle and innocent, was now a brutal and sadistic dictator. This was the darkest period in human history. But this wasn't the end of humanity's story. Part 3. The Broadcast. As I said, during the Doomsday Battle, several ships got away. The crew of Blue Space and Gravity would become the saviors of humanity. They had detected what happened on Earth, and together made the decision to fulfill the deterrence threat, revealing the location of the 2 worlds. Aboard their ship, they possessed a gravitational wave emitter, more than capable of completing the task. They knew that activating the Universal Broadcast System would give Earth one last chance. It would force the Trisolarans to leave the solar system. They hoped to buy humanity time to escape the solar system before it was too late. 315 years had passed since that morning in the 20th century when Ya Wenji had pushed another red button. The gravitational wave broadcast began. Everyone present felt a strong tremor. The feeling seemed to come not from without, but from within each body, as though every person had become a vibrating string. This instrument of death played for only 12 seconds before stopping, and then everything went silent. Sofun was able to detect the gravitational waves approximately 1 year after they had been broadcast. After this becomes known to the Trisolarans, they no longer have use for our solar system. They simply leave. They head away from the Earth. The conflict between the humans and the Trisolarans seems to be over forever. But now the existence of our world has been revealed, and a light switch had been turned on, and suddenly the Earth was visible to any hunter who happened to be looking. The Trisolarans had been powerful, but their power pales in comparison to what awaited deeper in the dark forest. It was not known how long it would take for humanity to be noticed. It could take decades, it could take centuries. Nearly 4 years after the broadcast had been activated, the Trisolaris star system was annihilated. Since Trisolaris had always been under intense surveillance, plenty of data was captured concerning its extinction. The attack on the Trisolaran system was identical to the attack on Luoji's 187J3X1. A small object traveling near the speed of light struck one of the 3 stars in the system and destroyed it through its relativistically amplified mass. A photoid had struck one of the world's 3 stars. Strangely, it seemed to have been launched from some kind of spacecraft. All life on Trisolaris was destroyed in the resulting catastrophe of bright, blinding brilliance. By the time the planet emerged from the furnace of its erupting sun, it glowed with dim red light. The entire surface of the world had been liquefied. No one had expected this to happen so soon, and it was only a matter of time before the Earth met the same fate. The destroyed world appeared as a bright blue star visible from Earth. The destruction of the alien homeworld brought most humans little pleasure, however. Humanity grew silent, as though they were simply waiting for something they could not name. They still had to find a way to protect themselves, and now the matter was even more pressing. How could a species survive long-term in such a hostile universe? Even if they found the perfect world, how would they protect themselves? It turns out the secrets of the universe go even deeper, as humanity eventually discovers. In future videos, we will discuss what becomes of humanity, now alone and exposed in the unforgiving cosmos. What will become of the solar system, and what is the destination of the lone drifters in space who activated the broadcast system? The Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy is one of the most existentially terrifying book series I've ever read. The concepts explored in the books force us to consider our place within the cosmos. Part of what drives the human spirit forward is the belief that we can continue to learn more about the universe, the belief that we have boundless potential. Because from our perspective, the universe is mostly static. Its movements are on a scale in which humans can't truly comprehend. To us, it feels stable and eternal, infinite and unchanging. Of course, we know that if we look closely, that none of this is true. The universe is a chaotic realm, constantly in motion. Its secrets are endless. In the first book in the series, The Three-Body Problem, Cixin Liu introduces the concept of interdimensionality. It is greatly expanded upon in the third book, Death's Sin, and fully extrapolated upon in the spin-off novel, Redemption of Time by Beishul. In Death's Sin, the crew of the ship Blue Space discover that there are dead zones in space, bubbles of space in which Trisolarian quantum entanglement could not penetrate. They come to understand the bubbles are warp points, essentially entry points into the fourth dimension. Though the mysterious phenomenon was an incredible discovery, there were also ominous undertones. Why are there bubbles at all? Why are there so many fourth dimensional fragments in three-dimensional space? It's a great mystery. Captain, I think it's likely a dark secret. From within the fourth dimension, three-dimensional space was laid out clearly and in exquisite, overwhelming detail. In fact, it was impossible for the human brain to process the amount of information they were being visually exposed to from within the fourth dimension. But members of Blue Space's crew eventually learned to navigate the fourth dimension. The brain that had been adapted from birth to sense and feel three-dimensional space could not handle the infinite information generated by countless details, and initially information overload threatened to shut down processing. But the brain soon grew used to the four-dimensional environment, and without conscious thought it learned to ignore most details, leaving only the frames around objects. The crew of Blue Space eventually used their knowledge of the fourth dimension and their access to warp points to thwart a Sophon attack from the alien beings known as the Trisolarans. Humanity had never been as far out into space as the crew of Blue Space had ventured during their more than 2,000-year journey to the star system NH558J2. Eventually they realized the warp points themselves are fragments of the fourth dimension itself floating around in three-dimensional space, though they still do not understand why. No other humans had ever studied this phenomenon, though it was possible that humans could have encountered fourth-dimensional space but not realized. Do you think we'll encounter more in the future? I think there's an even more interesting question. Have we encountered them before? Think about the Earth. It's been careening through space for several billion years. Is it not possible that it had entered a fourth-dimensional fragment in the past? The crew of Blue Space eventually do journey deep into the fourth dimension, approaching a giant ring, a remnant of some ancient long-gone civilization. After deciphering the language of the crew, it is able to communicate with them. Ominously, it calls itself a tomb. Whose tomb is this? The tomb of those who created it. Is it a spaceship? It used to be a spaceship, but now it's dead. And so it's a tomb. Who are you? Who is conversing with us? I am the tomb. It is the tomb speaking to you. I'm dead. You mean you're a ship whose crew died? In other words, you're the control system for the ship. There was no reply to this. We can see many other objects in this region of space. Are they also tombs? Most of them are tombs. The others will be tombs soon. I don't know them all. Are you from far away, or have you always been here? I'm from far away. They're also from far away, from different places far away. Where? There was no answer. From their conversation with the thing referring to itself as a tomb, they are given information about the twisted nature of the universe, but they don't initially process what they are told. The fourth dimension in which it resided had once been a sea, but now it was a puddle. The sea had dried up. The tomb was there amongst so many other tombs and soon-to-be tombs, because just as fish must gather into puddles to survive in a drying sea, so must they. But it was the next part of the communication that was the most important, more important than anything else. Some had begun to hope that the so-called dark forest state of the universe was not persistent throughout the entirety of the cosmos. What the tomb said next would shatter those hopes. The puddle is also drying. All the fish are going to disappear. Are all the fish here? The fish responsible for drying the sea are not here. We're sorry, what you said is really hard to understand. The fish who dried the sea went on to land before they did this. They moved from one dark forest to another dark forest. The fragments of the fourth dimension existed throughout three-dimensional space for one simple reason. All of space had once been fourth dimensional, but it too had been a dark forest. Any intelligent life that made itself known was wiped out. But according to the tomb, those who had destroyed the fourth dimension would not meet the same fate as the tombs, for they had moved from the fourth dimension into the third. The fish that had dried the sea had crawled out onto land before doing so. We later discovered that the universe at its birth had in fact been 10-dimensional. The speed of light then had been close to infinity. Light back then was capable of action at a distance and could go from one end of the cosmos to the other within Planck time. If you had ever been to fourth dimensional space, you would have some vague hint of how beautiful that 10-dimensional garden must have been. The endless wars in the Dark Forest had caused one dimension after the other to be imprisoned from the macroscopic into the microscopic, each time reducing the speed of light. Within the Dark Forest, one of the ways for advanced civilizations to eliminate an enemy is through a dimension strike, which causes the space around it to collapse into lower dimensions. The problem is, dimensional collapse never ends. It continues to expand until everything collapses. There is no way to stop a dimension strike once activated. So like the dimensions before it, the third dimension was also collapsing and could not be stopped. So eventually the entire universe would collapse into a single dimension, and all life would cease to be. Humanity never got the opportunity to see the actual universe in its original state, and never would. And in the end, nothing would be preserved. This idea seems sad, and it is. And yet, everything dies. Everything is forgotten. Why should the universe be any different? There is a kind of grand sense of final equality that this idea invokes. All of us, every soul who ever lived throughout the cosmos, all meet at the end in darkness. Scientists believe that at some point during human history, the population had been reduced to just 1,000 reproductive adults. In the year 70,000 BC, humans almost entirely vanished from the face of the planet itself. According to scientists, near extinction has occurred at least 3 times over the course of humanity's 100,000-year history. The dilution of mankind to so few humans magnifies the impact of all human actions. In Lu Shishan's Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy, humanity is tested many times, but there is no single greater near-extinction event than the Singer's Dimension Strike. We've discussed the Crisis Era, the Deterrence Era, the Post-Deterrence Era. In this video, we will discuss the Broadcast Era, the era directly following the crew of Gravity and Blue Space's decision to activate the Universal Broadcast System, freeing the human race from Trisolaran oppression, while inadvertently revealing the location of the Earth to the inhabitants of the Dark Forest. And the Bunker Era, which followed the return of Tianming, whose brain had been sent off into the vacuum of space centuries earlier. Trisolaris had already met its fate after its location was revealed to the Dark Forest. The world and all its inhabitants had been annihilated, save the Trisolaran fleet who escaped into deep space. Humanity had known that the Earth was doomed, but something gave them hope that survival was possible. The cryptic stories of young Tianming. Young Tianming's return to our solar system would seem as the arrival of an angel of salvation to the remaining humans on Earth. To understand who Tianming is, his direct tie to the sword holder Shang Xin, and how these events came to be, we have to go back to a long-forgotten program enacted during the Crisis Era, the Staircase Project. Part 1. The Staircase Project. In the eyes of historians, the Staircase Project was a typical result of the ill-thought-out impulsiveness that marked the beginning of the Crisis Era. A hastily conducted, poorly planned adventure. In addition to the complete failure to accomplish its objectives, it left nothing of technological value. The space technology that eventually developed took a completely different direction. No one could have predicted that nearly 3 centuries later, the Staircase Project would bring a ray of hope to an Earth mired in despair. During the Crisis Era, humanity made leaps and bounds in terms of innovation and technological progress. Even with Trisolaran Sophons stifling them, the Staircase Project was first viewed as a waste of resources, later as a source of hope. But by examining the text, we see that it was, in fact, a dire mistake on the part of humanity. No one ever discovered exactly how the Trisolarans intercepted and captured the probe carrying Tianming's brain, but it is revealed that this is what ultimately gave the aliens the upper hand against humanity during the Deterrence Era. Tianming himself had designed the droplet attack against humanity. The spin-off book Redemption of Time goes into detail about what happened to Tianming during his time among the Trisolarans, wonders, horrors, and all. We will definitely discuss Redemption of Time in its own video at some point in the future, as it was approved by Lu Shishan, but not considered an official part of the canon by some. The Staircase Project had been enacted around the same time that Luo Ji became a wall facer. The original goal of the Staircase Project had been to launch a human toward the Trisolaran fleet at 1% the speed of light. That person could serve as a diplomat between the two worlds, while also gathering intelligence. Shang Xin had been an engineer working for the project. Thomas Wade, who led the project, eventually decided that based on the assumption that the Trisolarans could in fact regenerate the body, it would be better to find someone to euthanize and send only their brain. At the time, Tianming was terminally ill. Shang Xin convinced him to volunteer for the program. The book acknowledges that this project was foolish, but it's meant to reflect the many foolish things that humans have done throughout time, which are only seen in a clearer light through the lens of history. Even if their plan had initially gone as expected, once Tianming's brain actually approached the Trisolarans, it was bound to go wrong. But of course, the initial portion of the plan didn't even go well. When the probe is launched, there is a malfunction. Tianming's brain is launched off course into deep space, seemingly lost forever. One of the cables holding the sail to the Staircase probe had broken near the orbit of Jupiter. The craft had deviated from its planned path, and the Earth, deprived of its flight parameters, lost it to the endless depths of space. If the Trisolarans had been able to intercept it later, they must have had its flight parameters after the cable broke. Otherwise, even the advanced Trisolaran technology would have been incapable of locating such a small object in the vastness of space outside the solar system. The most likely explanation was that the Sophons had followed the Staircase Project probe at least through its acceleration leg to gather its final parameters. Part 2. The Return of Tianming. During the broadcast era, following the destruction of Trisolaris, the remnants of the Trisolarans reveal to humanity that they have young Tianming in their custody. Apparently, the Trisolarans had treated him like an honored guest. They had given him this final opportunity to speak with Shang Xin, who he had been infatuated with for many years before leaving Earth. But in truth, this was Tianming's opportunity to attempt to save humanity from destruction. The Trisolarans knew several secrets of the universe, which humanity did not, but they had no interest in humans learning those secrets. The communication between Tianming and Shang Xin was heavily monitored by the Trisolarans, so Tianming provides his secrets through the use of multi-layered fairy tales. This was the only way he was able to avoid alerting the Trisolarans to what he was doing. One day in a special video we might go into the specific details of Tianming's stories, but for the purposes of keeping this video flowing, I'll just sum up the relevant information that was gathered from those stories, as the tales themselves are quite lengthy and complex. The secrets he reveals essentially boil down to a single truth. There is, in fact, a way for a civilization to survive in the Dark Forest. Humanity worked extremely hard to decipher his stories, but they never fully managed to. The stories revealed that light speed could actually be attained through curvature propulsion, which would allow the warping of space. The other key secret humanity managed to reveal was that it was possible for a civilization to reduce the speed of light in a specific area of space. This would make it so that they could never escape their own star system. They would exist within a black domain, having no effect on the space outside. To the outside universe, it would appear as a mote of darkness floating amongst infinite darkness. The idea of building light-speed ships intended to allow escape from the solar system brought up the same issues as escapism did earlier during the Crisis era. Not everyone would be allowed to escape. Likely only the ultra-wealthy would be allowed to flee the solar system, venturing out into the cosmos while the rest of them awaited death. The populace heavily resented this idea, and eventually all research into curvature propulsion was banned. Shang Xin realized that this decision may doom humanity, and in her guilt for allowing deterrence to be destroyed, she gives away her personal wealth to Thomas Wade, who, assembling a team, was to continue to develop the technology in secret. As time continues, Earth is mostly evacuated. Humanity invests heavily in space cities. The artificial light sources could hide in the shadow of Jupiter and Saturn and potentially escape any photoid attack. Now they could only wait. Shang Xin goes into hibernation for another 60 years and is only awakened after Wade gets into a standoff with the government. Wade has continued to develop curvature propulsion technology and has now produced an antimatter weapon, which the government saw as an immense danger. Once awakened, Shang Xin demands that he stand down. The government shows no mercy to Wade. He is executed. A depressed Shang Xin decides to return to hibernation. She knows that this is twilight for humanity, the final hours. When she was awakened again, another 60 years later, the long-awaited attack was underway. If it had been a photoid, then humanity would have had a chance. Within their space cities, they could have protected themselves by hiding amongst the gas giants. But even a photoid, like the one which took out the Trisolarans, could not compare to the weapon sent into our solar system. Part 3. Singer. Humanity had been warned that this weapon would come. It was the final secret in Tian Ming's fairy tales, the only one which they had not been able to fully decipher. The warning related to a dimension strike. It was a distant world which had noticed them. This mysterious, distant, and unimaginably powerful alien world had long ago made the decision to go on the offensive, and they had technology of a greater magnitude than any humanity had ever previously dreamed of. The world itself was currently engulfed in a war between its home world and its fringe world, some undefined time earlier. The home world could not coexist with the fringe world, and one of the two would have to be destroyed. We can discuss more details about this civilization in future videos, as they are also heavily expanded upon in the spin-off novel Redemption of Time. The lone individual named Singer, whose task it was to watch the universe for signs of intelligent life, had been the one to discover traces of humanity, which they named the Starpluckers. First, the other location had broadcast a message via primitive membrane. The low-entropy entities of that world clumsily plucked their star. Singer decided to call them the Starpluckers, like the ancient bards of the home world plucking the strings of the rough country zither to send out their message. It was this message that contained the self-decoding system. Although the self-decoding system was primitive and clumsy, it was sufficient to allow Singer to see that a subsequent message sent out by the dead 3-star world followed the same encoding scheme, apparently an answer to the first message sent out by the Starpluckers. This was already inconceivable, but after that, the Starpluckers responded again. Interesting. Very interesting. Singer had indeed heard of low-entropy worlds that possessed neither the hiding gene nor the hiding instinct, but this was the first time he had seen one. The communications between humanity and Trisolaris had in fact been noticed, all the way back to the first time Yawenji responded to Trisolaris. But this alone wasn't enough to reveal the location of the worlds. However, it did reveal that the distances between the two worlds were very short. This meant that if one world was exposed, the other world would be as well, and eventually humanity was exposed. Ultimately, there was nothing they could do to stop it. Even without Singer, some other low-entropy entity would have noticed them. It was just a matter of time. Or perhaps they had noticed them, but decided that a low-entropy group that didn't possess the hiding gene wasn't much of a threat, and cleansing them was more trouble than it was worth. But that would be a mistake, a terrible mistake. Broadly speaking, if low-entropy entities like these Starpluckers really didn't have the hiding gene, then they would not be afraid of exposing their own presence, and they would expand and attack without fear. At least until they got killed. However, as applied to this particular case, the situation was more complicated. The first 3 communications were followed 9 timegrains later by the coordinate broadcast. Then 60 timegrains after that, there was another long membrane coordinate broadcast from somewhere else, pointing at the dead 3-star world. The chain of events painted an uneasy picture, a picture that indicated danger. The cleansing against the dead 3-star world had happened 12 timegrains ago, so the Starpluckers must have realized that their own position had been revealed. Their only choice was to shroud themselves in slow fog so that they would appear perfectly safe and no one would bother them. But they hadn't. Maybe they didn't have the ability. Singer is somewhat perplexed by the actions of Earth, but nonetheless recognizes the danger that they could potentially possess. The potential danger is all that matters in this circumstance. The only thing left was cleansing. Singer took a mass dot out of the magazine again, then realized that he couldn't use a mass dot to cleanse the Starpluckers. Their planetary system had a different structure than the Dead World system. It possessed blind corners. Using a mass dot might leave something behind, thereby wasting effort. He needed to use a dual vector foil. As he continued to sing, Singer picked up the dual vector foil with a force field feeler and carelessly tossed it at the Starpluckers. Singer had casually made the decision to destroy our solar system because that simply was their function. They were not an exceptional or especially respected member of their own civilization. Nonetheless, they were the destroyers of ours. Part 4. The deadliest weapon in the universe. Humanity had been prepared for a mass dot attack, but the aliens had not sent a photoid, but instead, they had sent something infinitely more deadly. Why aren't we entering Jupiter's shadow? AA pointed to the combined city outside the porthole. There's no point. The bunker is useless, Chow Bin said, lowering his eyes. How far is the photoid from the sun? Shang Xin asked. There is no photoid. Then what have you found? Chow Bin gave a wretched laugh. A slip of paper. The dual vector foil, when activated, would cause all matter it came into contact with to collapse into a lower dimension. Only an object moving at light speed had the potential to escape a dual vector foil once activated. The advanced warning system had discovered the unknown object sweeping past the edge of the Oort cloud at close to the speed of light. This was the first time that humans within the solar system had observed another alien civilization other than the Trisolarans. The object was not headed directly towards the sun, and it emitted weak gravitational waves, which was the only way they had been able to detect it in the first place. When the projectile was about 150 AU from the sun, the gravitational waves it emitted began to rapidly decrease in frequency. The advanced warning system discovered that this was due to its deceleration. Within a few days, the projectile's velocity went from light speed to 1/1000th of light speed and continued to decrease. Such a low speed meant that it wasn't enough to threaten the sun, which provided further comfort. In addition, at this speed, human spacecraft could keep up with it. In other words, it was possible to send out ships to intercept it. The object simply resembled a slip of paper, pure white surface, slightly bigger than a credit card, but so thin that its thickness could not be measured. Eventually, the slip disappeared entirely and began its deadly job. The entire solar system would be compressed into 2 dimensions. It could not be stopped. Close to 1 million people had escaped Europe 6 via the emergency exits. Now, caught by the 3-dimensional space around them collapsing into 2 dimensions, they fell toward the plane like a swarm of ants caught in a waterfall. A majestic rain of people fell onto the plane, and the 2-dimensional human figures in the city multiplied. Flattened persons took up a lot of area, though still minuscule compared to the vast 2-dimensional buildings, and resembled tiny, barely man-shaped marks in the immense picture. The entire solar system would be flattened. This was the ultimate Dark Forest attack. In my previous video, The Terrifying Mystery of the Fourth Dimension, we discussed the scene in Death's End where the crew of Blue Space and Gravity encounter fragments of the fourth dimension. The tomb that they are able to communicate with tells them that the sea that is the fourth dimension was drying, but that the fish who had dried the sea had gone to land before they had done it. Land refers to the third dimension. In the chapter in Death's End that introduces Singer, it is mentioned that his entire species would soon transform themselves somehow into 2-dimensional beings. Has the homeworld decided to transform into 2 dimensions? Singer asked. Of course, the Elder already knew the question. The Elder did not answer, which was also an answer. If the rumor was true, then it was a great sorrow. Singer could not imagine such a life. On the Tower of Values, survival ranked above all. Once survival was threatened, all low entropy entities could only pick the lesser of 2 evils. This would be the only way to ensure the survival of their species long-term in the universe, because as I have stated in other videos, once a dimension strike like the one that took place in the human solar system begins, it can never be stopped. And dimension strikes had already been committed countless times throughout the history of the third dimension. The third dimension was disintegrating due to this fact, and eventually everything would collapse into 2 dimensions. It is implied that Singer's race may have once existed in the fourth dimension, and that they are one of the races responsible for the destruction of the fourth dimension. As the solar system collapses, only Shang Xin and the character AA are able to escape the devastation. The technology developed by Thomas Wade had continued to be worked on in secret. A single light-speed ship had been created unbeknownst to the vast majority of humanity. Luo Ji, now extremely old, chose to stay behind among the last artifacts of humanity on Pluto. He communicates with Shang Xin and AA as they exit the solar system. Shang Xin knew that she had no choice but to live on. She and AA were the last two survivors of human civilization. Her death would mean the death of half of all that was left of humanity. Living on was the appropriate punishment for her mistake, but the course ahead was blank. In her heart, space was no longer black, but colorless. What was the point of going anywhere? "Where should we go?" Shang Xin muttered. "Go find them," Luo Ji said. His image was even more blurred now, and only black and white. His words illuminated Shang Xin's dark thoughts like lightning. She and AA looked at each other and immediately understood who them meant. Luo Ji continued, "They're still alive." The bunker world received a gravitational wave transmission from them 5 years ago. It was a short message and didn't explain where they were. Halo will periodically hail them with gravitational waves. Maybe you'll find them. Maybe they'll find you. Luo Ji's black and white image disappeared as well, but they could still hear his voice. He said one last thing. "Ah, it's time for me to go into the picture. Safe travels, children." Shang Xin and AA watched as the entire solar system was compressed into a two-dimensional picture of itself. The transmissions they received carried the dying voices of all humanity, until slowly there was only silence. Luo Ji had suggested that Shang Xin seek out the members of Blue Space and Gravity, but she would head in another direction. Tianming, before his brain left the Earth, had gifted Shang Xin with the star, a gesture of love in his mind. She knew that Tianming still existed out there somewhere in the void. She would head for their star, S74390E2, and hope to find him there. Like several times before in human history, mankind had been deluded into very few individuals. Whether or not the human race would survive would depend on how well they would be able to navigate and hide within the dark forest. In future videos, we will discuss the Galaxy era and beyond. What becomes of humanity in the end? Do we encounter the remnants of the Trisolarans again? There's actually a lot more to explore with this series. In this video, we will discuss the early events of the Galaxy era in the Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy by Cixin Liu. This video will contain major spoilers for the series, so just keep that in mind. After the destruction of Earth's solar system by way of the listener's Dimension Strike, Shang Xin and AA were the only humans left in the universe, other than the inhabitants of the vessels Blue Space and Gravity, and Tianming, whose brain had been captured by the Trisolarans. The Trisolarans had been mankind's first cosmic foe. They had used Tianming's brain to plan an attack against humanity, which annihilated mankind's entire space force. Humankind only succeeds in thwarting them when they reveal the location of both Trisolaris and the Earth to the greater universe. Because of the dark forest state of the cosmos, the Trisolaris star system was destroyed, and Earth's sometime later. After escaping the Dimension Strike which had destroyed the Sun and the Earth, Shang Xin heads to the one place where she hopes to find human life, Tianming's star, DX3906. Long before Shang Xin had ever entered cryosleep, Tianming gifted her with this star. Tianming had gifted it anonymously. At first, Shang Xin had no idea who could have done it. She assumed it had to have been some wealthy secret admirer. Though at the time of the gifting the star had no practical value to Shang Xin and was merely a gesture, she appreciated it. DX3906 was in this universe, and it might even outlast the Earth and the Sun. She would see it one day. She stood on the balcony of her apartment at night, gazing up at the sky and imagining her star. The lights of the city below cast a dim yellow glow against the cloud cover, but she imagined her star giving the clouds a rosy glow. In her dream, she flew over the star's surface. It was a rose-colored sphere, but instead of scorching flames, she felt the coolness of a spring breeze. Below her was the clear water of an ocean, through which she could still see swaying, rose-colored clouds of algae. After she woke up, she laughed at herself. As an aerospace professional, even in her dreams, she could not forget that DX3906 had no planets. The Star of Our Destination project, which had facilitated Tianming's purchase of DX3906, had also granted ownership of 17 other stars to individuals. It is mentioned that the Great Ravine, which during the early Crisis era annihilated 5 billion humans, acted as a giant sieve. Because of the great loss of life, 14 of the star's owners were lost to history. No record of what became of them existed, and no legal heirs could be found. This, in fact, was the reason for Shangxin's awakening from her hibernation 264 years after she was initially put into cryogenic sleep. It was initially believed that the star, DX3906, had no planets, but that turned out to not be true, and as Earth's technological progression continues, its value shifted beyond the symbolic into the practical. By the age of the Sword Holder, aka the Deterrence era, the idea of reaching a star within 300 light years of the Earth was no longer a fantasy. A PhD in astronomy named AA discovered the planets around DX3906. As part of her dissertation, AA had developed a new technique that used one star as a gravitational lens through which to observe another. It was eventually discovered that one of the planets rotating DX3906 was Earth-like, and the UN and the Solar System fleet wanted to reclaim the star system. Legally, this could not be done unless Shangxin, the owner, agreed to transfer the title. Shangxin valued the star sentimentally, so she made a deal. After much reflection, she came up with a new proposal. She would sell the 2 planets, but retain ownership of the star. At the same time, she would sign a covenant with the UN and the fleet, granting humanity the right to use the energy produced by the star. The legal experts eventually concluded that this proposal was acceptable. After the destruction of the solar system, Shangxin and AA would speed towards the star in humanity's first ever light-speed ship, named Halo. Halo's curvature propulsion engine provided the fastest speed humanity had yet been capable of. The ship's artificial intelligence was able to locate the star, which has, by this point in history, been renumbered S74390E2. The star was approximately 287 light-years away. The ship informed them that it would take 52 hours from Halo's frame of reference. This was, of course, the effect of relativistic time. Eventually, they arrived at the star. It was about the size of Earth's sun, but it produced a redder light. From the reference point of Earth, it had been nearly 300 years since the dimension strike which collapsed the solar system into 2 dimensions. So 286 years have already passed back there? AA asked. She looked as if she had just awakened from a dream. Yes, if you're using their frame of reference. Shangxin sighed. For the solar system in its current condition, was there a difference between 286 years and 2.86 million years? The 2 planets orbiting the star were not similar. The one furthest away from the star was desolate and gray. The close planet, which was about the size of Earth but had no moon, was blue, and the ship's AI determined that it had an oxygen-rich atmosphere and many signs of life. They decided that they would call the world Planet Blue. On the world, Shangxin and AA encounter a man named Guan Yifan. He had been one of the inhabitants of the ship Blue Space, which left Earth's solar system earlier during the Crisis era. He had been hibernating for 400 years. He came to the world on an exploratory mission with others who left before Shangxin and AA arrived. Blue Space and its sister ship Gravity at this point were the subject of ancient history. My name is Guan Yifan. I've been waiting for you here. How did you know we would come? AA asked, allowing Yifan to hold her hand. We received your gravitational wave transmission. You're from Blue Space. The inhabitants of the ships had gone on to invent curvature propulsion as well, and inhabit 4 reclusive worlds throughout the universe. Yifan explains that Planet Blue would be a prime candidate for colonization, but no one resided on the world. This was due to the planet's proximity to the Orion Arm. Extraterrestrials often visited this system due to the fact that 2 busy shipping lanes flowed through this region of space. They also learned from Yifan that Earth's solar system met a worse fate than they had previously thought. Luo Ji, the first sword holder of humankind, had believed that humankind's legacy would be preserved, flattened in 2 dimensions. That is why they carved in stone on the planet Pluto. But in reality, it was all lost. All that remained in the region of space that had once been our solar system was darkness. Even if you go back there now, you wouldn't be able to see anything. That part of space is empty. The two-dimensional sun and planets you saw were actually just the result of the release of energy when three-dimensional material collapsed into two dimensions. What you saw wasn't two-dimensional material, only the refraction of electromagnetic radiation at the interface between two-dimensional and three-dimensional space. After the energy was released, nothing would be visible. The two-dimensional solar space has no contact with three-dimensional space. It was in fact impossible to see two-dimensional space from three dimensions. This was due to the fact that 3D space has thickness, while 2D space has none. Therefore, light from the third dimension passes through two-dimensional space unhindered. The second-dimensional world was fully transparent. The only thing that could be detected was gravity. The gravity of the solar system still has an effect, so in that empty space ought to be detectable as an invisible source of gravity. Shangxin and AA looked at each other thoughtfully. Sounds like dark matter, doesn't it? Yifan laughed. Shangxin and AA then learned from Yifan what became of the Trisolarans, who at once sought to annihilate mankind and claim the Earth for their own. The life forms, which had developed unique ways of survival due to the harsh conditions of their homeworld, were forced to face the harsh reality of existence in the dark forest just as humans were. No data was ever found on what happened to the initial Trisolaran fleet, just that the second fleet with its superior propulsion systems never met up with it. The second Trisolaran fleet left a trace of itself 60 years prior to Shangxin landing on Planet Blue. Humanity had observed that a large-scale space battle had taken place near the Taurus constellation. The Trisolarans had come into contact with an unknown and powerful alien force. It was brutal, and the resulting wreckage formed a new interstellar dust cloud. We know that one of the sides in the battle was the second Trisolaran fleet, but we don't know who they were fighting against. We also don't know how the battle ended. It remained to be seen whether or not humanity would ever one day again encounter the Trisolarans. The invention of light-speed space travel had been an incredible milestone for mankind. Its presence fundamentally changed human culture and civilization. It was now possible within a human lifetime to reach the end of the universe. In fact, some were already trying. By accelerating their curvature propulsion engines to maximum, they could approach the speed of light continuously. Relativistically, not much time would pass for those on board these ultimate spaceships, as they were called, compared to the outside universe. Some call them doomsday ships. These light-speed ships have no destination at all. They turn their curvature engines to maximum and accelerate like crazy, infinitely approaching the speed of light. Their goal is to leap across time using relativity until they reach the heat death of the universe. By their calculations, 10 years within their time frame of reference would equal 50 billion years in ours. Shangxin is now filled with wonder at all that humanity has accomplished, and expresses pity for those that never got to leave Earth's original solar system. But Yifan tells her not to pity them, for the reality of the universe is nothing to envy. Here, more than 600 years after Luo Ji had first realized that our universe was a dark forest, another terrible fact about cosmic reality was unveiled. Darkness. Only darkness. You mean the dark forest state? Guan Yifan shook his head, a gesture that appeared to be a struggle in hypergravity. For us, the dark forest state is all important, but it's just a detail of the cosmos. If you think of the cosmos as a great battlefield, dark forest strikes are nothing more than snipers shooting at the careless messengers, messmen, etc. In the grand scheme of the battle, they are nothing. You have not seen what true interstellar war is like. Have you? We've caught a few glimpses, but most things we know are just guesses. Do you really want to know? Yifan asked Shangxin to consider the most powerful weapon a civilization possessing almost infinite technological prowess could create. She remembered the cruelty of the Dimension Strike, and that gave her her answer. The universal laws of physics. That's right. The universal laws of physics are the most terrifying weapons, and also the most effective defenses. whether it's by the Milky Way or the Andromeda Galaxy, at the scale of the local galactic group or the Virgo supercluster, those warring civilizations possessing godlike technology will not hesitate to use the universal laws of physics as weapons. There are many laws that can be manipulated into weapons, but most commonly, the focus is on spatial dimensions and the speed of light. Typically, lowering spatial dimensions is a technique for attack, and lowering the speed of light is a technique for defense. It is revealed to Shang Xin in this moment that not only will the dimension strike on Earth's solar system never end, Earth was far from the only solar system that was currently collapsing, and the collapse would spread until all of the universe was two-dimensional. Shang Xin protested, stating that this would make no sense. Why would it make sense to use dimensional strikes as weapons if in the long run the attackers would be killed as well? But she was not considering that there was in fact a way for the attacker to avoid death. These godlike races with the power to collapse dimensions and manipulate light could alter themselves as well. Alter themselves into creatures who could survive in lower dimensions. The universe had in fact been collapsing since the 10th dimension, and every time the attacking warring races would convert into a lower dimension before beginning it all over again. Shang Xin is also told of deathlines. Deathlines were tails produced by one of the most advanced but rarely seen lightspeed technologies. It was rarely used because of the danger involved with these deathlines. You see, light speed within a deathline was absolutely zero. Inside it, every fundamental particle, every quark is dead. There is no vibration. Even without a source of gravity inside, each deathline is a black hole. A zero-gravity black hole. Anything that falls in cannot re-emerge. Only one group in the universe was known to regularly use this technology. They were called the Zero Homers. Their mission was to trigger the reset of the universe and return it to the glory of 10 dimensions. Deathlines are usually the product of the Zero Homers. Zero Homers? They're also called resetters. Maybe they're a group of intelligent individuals, or a civilization, or a group of civilizations. We don't know exactly who they are, but we've confirmed their existence. The Zero Homers want to reset the universe and return it to the Garden of Eden. How? By moving the hour hand of the clock past 12. Take spatial dimensions as an example. It's practically impossible to drag a universe in lower dimensions back into higher dimensions. So maybe it's better to work forward in the other direction. If the universe can be lowered into 0 dimensions, and then beyond, the clock might be reset and everything returned to the beginning. The universe might possess 10 macroscopic dimensions again. Shang Xin would eventually travel to the end of the universe, as the remnants of humanity and countless other races are called to restore the broken pieces of space-time and return the universe to its prior glory. We will discuss these events which take place at the end of Death's End and in the spin-off novel Redemption of Time in a future video. Thanks for watching. Make sure you like and subscribe for more Quinn's ideas. I've been covering the Three-Bodied Problem book series on this channel for quite some time now. Tencent just released the first 4 episodes of the television show adaptation. Want to know what I think? I'll be reviewing the show on my new streaming channel, Quinn Streams, link in the description. This video will contain major spoilers for Cixin Liu's Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy. The cosmos and its inhabitants throughout most of the series remains mysterious, but eventually more about the nature of the universe and those who live in it is revealed. Much of what we learn only adds to the cosmic dread that already permeates much of the series. The Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy by Cixin Liu paints a picture of cosmic civilization that is dark, lonely, and terrifying. A universe where infant civilizations on young worlds might call out into the darkness, seeking reprieve from the seemingly endless cosmic loneliness, only to find that they have revealed themselves to a hunter in the dark, whose weapon is now squarely focused upon them. This is the reality of life within the Dark Forest, but there are some who master this universe. In this video, we will discuss the various civilizations and groups known to inhabit Shishinle's universe. Part 1. Humanity. Following the Bunker Era, Shang-Xin and AA were the only humans to survive the Dimension Strike on Earth's solar system. After using a spaceship powered by curvature propulsion, they made it to one of the planets at star DX3906. Because of the effects of relativity, several centuries had passed from the perspective of Earth. While on the world, they encounter Guan Yifan, who had been one of the inhabitants of the vessel Blue Space, which had fled humanity's solar system long before the Dimension Strike occurred. From Yifan, Shang-Xin and AA learned that humanity did in fact prosper, and there were several groups of humans living on several planets throughout the darkness. To understand how humanity accomplished this, we have to begin with Tianming and his stories, which had hidden messages embedded into them about how to survive within the Dark Forest. One of the messages involved the creation of a black domain. A black domain was essentially a region in space where the speed of light was lowered significantly. To an outside observer, the space surrounded by a black domain would appear as an empty region of space. Now, lowering the speed of light through a medium was actually possible, but lowering the speed of light through vacuum was something else entirely. The speed of light through the vacuum of space was one of the fundamental constants of the universe. To alter the speed of light was equivalent to altering the laws of physics, which only the most advanced civilizations within the Dark Forest were capable of. Research into lowering the speed of light through the vacuum of space began in the Bunker Era. The Black Domain was considered as a secondary survival plan for the human race. Tremendous resources were devoted, and even a large-scale space city devoted to the research of the subject was constructed in the Saturn cluster. It was named Lightspeed 1. The creation of the Circumsolar Particle Accelerator led to the success of the largest project ever enacted under the Black Domain Project. This was the Black Hole Project. It was virtually impossible to create a local gravity field in a laboratory setting, which is why the Circumsolar Particle Accelerator was needed. It was capable of creating microscopic black holes. The book Death's End recounts the life of a man named Wei. He was the head of the Black Hole Project. Wei was a neurodivergent genius who became obsessed with the project, dedicating himself to the study of the speed of light. Due to his neurodivergence, he had extreme trouble with communicating with other people. Because of this, he was heavily closed off from the rest of humanity. Wei was tortured because of the way he was. He wanted to change himself, to love, to laugh, to join in on the dance of humanity. He developed an association between who he was and the speed of light. He thought that if he could change light speed, then he could change himself. But the speed of light through vacuum really was the most stable thing in the cosmos. Research into lowering the speed of light resembled torturing light without regard for consequences. People tried to do everything with light. Strike it, twist it, break it, dissect it, stretch it, crush it, even destroy it. But the result was, at most, a change in its frequency in vacuum. But the speed of light remained unchanged, like an unscalable wall. All these decades, theoreticians and experimenters alike were in despair. There was a saying, if there really were a creator, the only thing he welded shut in all creation was the speed of light. The Circumsolar Particle Accelerator, as I mentioned earlier, could produce microscopic black holes, but these evaporated quickly. In order to produce a stable one, a microscopic black hole had to be injected into Jupiter's smallest moon, Leda. Leda had an approximate radius of 8 kilometers. They were able to lower the moon from its high orbit and change its orbit so that instead it became a body orbiting the sun, parallel to Jupiter. At the time, this was the most massive body humans had ever moved through space. The microscopic black hole, once it was injected into Leda, began to rapidly absorb Leda's mass and grow. The intense radiation generated by material falling into the black hole melted the surrounding rock. Soon the 8-kilometer radius, Leda, melted entirely, and the potato-shaped rock turned into a red glowing ball of lava. The lava ball shrank slowly, but glowed brighter and brighter until it finally disappeared with a blinding flash. Observations showed that other than a small amount of material ejected by the radiation, most of the mass of Leda had been absorbed by the black hole. The black hole was stable, and its event horizon had grown to 21 nanometers. Eventually, another space city was constructed around the black hole. This was deemed Lightspeed 2. The black hole itself was suspended in the middle of Lightspeed 2. Equipment and personnel could be brought into Lightspeed 2 in order to study the black hole. This being the first time human beings could study a black hole in a laboratory setting led to many discoveries which helped in the development of fundamental cosmology and theoretical physics. Wei became infatuated with the black hole. He would often hang against the protective net surrounding the black hole, staring into it from 5 kilometers away. As time went on, however, he became frustrated with the lack of progress. He came to despise the laws of nature, as well as fear them. He watched its luminescence, like we're doing now, and sometimes claimed that the black hole was talking to him, that he could decipher the message of its flickering light. Eventually, Wei was sucked into the black hole. He, being one of the principal physicists of the Black Hole Project, had the password to the protective net. In order to get a closer look at the object of his infatuation, he lowered it. He then drifted beyond the event horizon. No one knows whether or not this was an accident. Black holes, even outside of science fiction, are the strangest objects in the universe. Beyond the event horizon, all knowledge fails us. Nothing can escape, even light. This means that from the perspective of those outside the event horizon, an object or person would never actually enter the black hole. In Death's End, it is not clear what happened to Wei from his perspective. Under general relativity, a distant observer would see a clock near the event horizon slow down, and the process of Wei falling towards the event horizon would also slow down and stretch into infinity. But within Wei's own frame of reference, he had already passed through the event horizon. Even more oddly, the figure's proportions were normal. Perhaps it was because the black hole was so small, but tidal forces did not seem to be at work. He had been compressed into the nanometer range, but space there was also extremely curved. More than one physicist believed that the body structure of Wei wasn't harmed at the event horizon. In other words, he's probably still alive at this moment. The truth about whether or not Wei actually survived was never revealed in the series. Though Wei would never learn how to reduce the speed of light, the data gathered from the research of the black hole would be instrumental in the future development of curvature propulsion. Curvature propulsion would allow vessels to travel at light speed, but as a side effect, they would also produce reduced speed black holes, black domains. By the time Shang Xin and AA escaped the destruction of Earth's solar system and traveled to Planet Blue in their own curvature propulsion ship, they find that the descendants of blue space and gravity, who make up nearly all of humanity, have now expanded greatly, independently developing curvature propulsion and black domains. Because galaxy humans, unlike solar system humans, did not have the stories of Tianming to help, they achieved these feats about 200 years later than solar system humans. Humanity in this era, the galaxy era, inhabited 4 separate worlds. It is mentioned that 2 worlds were currently being opened up for settlement. By this point in time, humanity had reached a crucial point in their development as a cosmic society. They were aware of the dark forest state of the universe. They had created curvature propulsion drives, and they had the ability to hide within a black domain in case of exposure to the greater universe. This was actually the fate of one of the human worlds. Something had occurred on World 3, which caused them to believe that their world's coordinates had been exposed. Their only choice was to turn their world into a black domain. After they covered themselves in their shroud, which they called a light curtain, it was impossible to send messages back and forth from that world to others, and no one on the inside could leave. The inhabitants of World 3 said it was a happy paradise, though I don't know if they still think that way. After the light tomb was completed, it was impossible for any messages from that world to reach the outside. But I think people there are pretty happy. For some people, safety is the sine qua non for happiness. It is mentioned in Death's End that there are some humans in the cosmos that take a rather interesting approach to life in the universe. By constantly approaching the speed of light in vessels called ultimate spaceships, they head for the heat death of the universe. Has anyone in the New World thought of going to the end of the universe? Of course. 5 ultimate spaceships have already been launched. Ultimate spaceships? Some call them doomsday ships. Ultimate spaceships, or doomsday ships, have no particular destination. By their calculations, 50 billion years from our frame of reference would be just 10 years in theirs. This means it would be possible to reach the end of the universe within a human lifetime. Humanity made a place for itself in the Dark Forest, which is more than countless others could say. But the future of humanity and the future of the universe itself remains uncertain throughout Death's End and throughout the spin-off novel Redemption of Time. This is because there were powerful forces throughout the cosmos, armed with the power to rip apart space-time, tearing the fabric of reality itself. One of such groups was the Zero Homers. Part 2. The Zero Homers. In the book Death's End, while on Planet Blue with Shang Xin and AA, Guan Yifan detects the presence of another vessel on the other world in the system, Planet Grey. When Shang Xin and Guan Yifan flew up to investigate, they found that it had been the mysterious Zero Homers, who were known by the physics-breaking death lines that their ships left in their wake. The ship approached the coordinates provided by the monitoring satellite, where 5 unidentified spacecraft had landed and then taken off. Yifan had planned to land the shuttle there and investigate the traces left by the spacecraft, but he and Shang Xin had not anticipated that the mysterious visitors would leave behind such large signs that they were visible from space. "What is that?" Shang Xin cried out. "Death lines." Yifan recognized them right away. "Don't get too close," he said to the AI. He was referring to the 5 black lines. One end of each line was connected to the surface of the planet, and the other end extended into space, like 5 black hairs growing out of Planet Grey. Each line stretched higher than Hunter's orbit. What are they? Trails left by curvature propulsion. Those lines are the result of extreme curvature manipulation. The speed of light within the trails is 0. Death lines were the blackest things in the universe. They present no details other than exceptional darkness. They seem to possess no real surface, but somehow they showed clearly against even the blackness of space. The book also describes death lines as the deadest things in the universe. Since the light speed within a death line was 0, every fundamental particle inside of a death line was still. There were no vibrations inside death lines, no movement, and nothing could escape once it wandered into one. A death line, though it did not have a source of gravity, was essentially a black hole. A zero-gravity black hole. Anything that falls in cannot re-emerge. Yifan picked up a rock and tossed it towards one of the death lines. The rock disappeared inside the absolute darkness. At this point in human history, humanity's curvature propulsion drives could never come close to producing the type of curvature propulsion that would lead to the production of death lines. This was the work of an extremely advanced group. Galactic humans had come across these lines before, but they were rare for now. But considering the near eternal nature of the universe, Shang Xin wonders how long before these permanent death lines littered the sky. Shang Xin gazed up at the giant black columns reaching into space. They lifted up the domed sky and seemed to turn the universe into a palace of death. Is this the ultimate end for everything? The group that left these death lines were known by two names to galactic humans: the Zero Homers and the Resetters. Both names referred to the ultimate mission of this group. The Zero Homers hoped to reduce the universe to 0 dimensions. They believed that this would trigger the reset of the cosmos, sending the universe back to the original state of 10 dimensions, which had been degraded over time by the warring life of the cosmos. Humanity did not know exactly who the Zero Homers were. It was also not clear whether they were a group of individuals of immense intelligence, a civilization, or a group of civilizations, but their existence was confirmed. The Zero Homers want to reset the universe and return it to the Garden of Eden. How? By moving the hour hand of the clock past 12. Take spatial dimensions as an example. It's practically impossible to drag a universe in lower dimensions back into higher dimensions. So maybe it's better to work forward in the other direction. If the universe can be lowered into 0 dimensions, and then beyond, the clock might be reset and everything returned to the beginning. The universe might possess 10 macroscopic dimensions again. Humanity actually did not know whether or not the Zero Homers' plan was even possible. Humans had witnessed the 2-dimensionalization of 3-dimensional space, but they had yet to see 1-dimensionalization, let alone 0-dimensionalization. We've never seen 1-dimensionalization, but somewhere, some Zero Homers must be trying. No one knows if they've ever succeeded. Humanity had, however, found evidence that some group, likely the Zero Homers, had been also attempting to lower the speed of light past 0. Since lowering light speed compared to attempting to lower universal dimensions was theoretically easier, reducing the speed of light past 0 would theoretically reset and turn it to its original speed of infinity or near infinity. Humanity was not privy to the theories that would suggest that this would be possible. Guan Yifan in fact believes that it simply was not possible, that 0 light speed was an impassable wall. 0 light speed is absolute death for all existence. The cessation of all motion. Under such conditions, the subjective cannot influence the objective in any way. So how can the hour hand be shifted past it? I think the Zero Homers are practicing a kind of religion, a kind of performance art. We don't know exactly what knowledge the Zero Homers possess. We don't know how long they have been active. It could be possible that their mission has been going on since before the universe was 3-dimensional. It is possible that their calculations are correct, that the universe can be reset. But it is also possible that Guan Yifan is correct, that the Zero Homers don't have an actual theory which suggests that what they are attempting to do is possible. The idea that a highly advanced group of beings have succumbed to a kind of religious thinking that will only work to destroy the universe quicker than it would be otherwise is pretty terrifying, but somehow it seems realistic to me. It is also possible that the Zero Homers are simply wrong in their theories. Either way, their actions will only serve to speed up the process of the universe's destruction. Part 3. The Race of Singer. Once humanity's location had been broadcast throughout the Dark Forest, it was only a matter of time before someone recognized the signs of intelligent life and acted offensively. This was of course due to the hostile nature of cosmic society. I explained this concept in my video, What Makes the Forest Dark? Essentially, all life that reveals itself on a cosmic scale is eventually wiped out by a higher race of beings. In the case of humanity, our solar system's destructors came in the form of Singer's race. Singer was an insignificant member of a distant alien world. They were immensely powerful. Singer's job was to analyze data. His particular job was seen as trivial and easy by the other members of his seed. It is mentioned that because of this, members of his seed thought of him contemptuously. Singer understood that what he did was not important. It just filled in the pieces, but it had to be done, and the task was enjoyable. It mentions in the chapter where Singer is introduced that 10,000 grains of time have passed since his particular seed left its homeworld. This is equivalent to 80,000 years. It is not clear exactly what is meant by a seed, but it seems to refer to Singer's particular group, perhaps genetically familial. It is also mentioned that Singer has accumulated the experience of 10,000 time grains, which implies that he has been alive as long as his seed has, or at least has a way of inheriting the experience of his ancestors. Singer describes his homeworld as once being a place of great joy, but now it was joyless, and so was his seed. It is mentioned that the happiness of his race's past was recorded in songs. He was called Singer because as he went about his assigned job, he enjoyed singing his race's classical songs, as it was one of the few forms of joy left to his people. It is not exactly clear, however, what singing actually means in the context of Singer's race. Throughout the chapter, Singer refers to humans and life forms like us as low-entropy beings. Compared to Singer's race, we are unstructured, random beings. Up until the point in which Singer's race shows up in the series, we have only encountered the might of the Trisolarans, who pale in comparison to the might of Singer's race. There was of course the unnamed race of beings who destroyed the Trisolaran homeworld, but their method for the destruction of Trisolaris, firing a photoid from a ship, indicated that they were also at a lower level of advancement than Singer's race. This chapter also introduced the idea that a hiding gene and a cleansing gene exist among the life forms of the universe. This seems to refer to the inclinations of certain civilizations to hide themselves from the greater universe, and the inclination to offensively destroy threatening civilizations. Singer's race seems to be extraordinarily ancient. Singer muses that in the distant age, lower entropy clusters like Earth's solar system were rare and far apart. Singer's race had the capability to identify signals sent out by intelligent civilizations and destroy them with ease. The main core allowed them to do this. The main core's job was to pick up the coordinates, and it remembers all the positions of the stars. By matching the received data against various map projections and the position schema, it could pick out the coordinates of the message's origin. It was said that the main core could match the position of schema from 500 million time grains ago. To Singer's world, a low-entropy civilization like the human race, who did not possess the hiding gene, was dangerous. This is because without the hiding gene, they would not be afraid of exposing their own presence, and would expand and attack without fear. Singer's ultimate choice was to unleash a dual-vector foil to flatten the Earth's solar system into 2 dimensions. He did this while singing. There's a lot of mystery surrounding Singer's race. More details about them are presented in the spin-off novel Redemption of Time, but I want to keep this video in the main series. We will cover the events of Redemption of Time in another video. Part 4. The Higher Dimensional Microcosmos. The book The Three-Body Problem introduces a rather mind-boggling concept. The Trisolarans, when attempting to unfold a subatomic particle into 2 dimensions, encountered intelligent life within the particle. When viewed from the vantage point of higher dimensions, a subatomic particle could be exponentially vast. The Princeps was one of the few who kept calm. He asked the Science Council, "How complicated can the internal structure of a subatomic particle be?" "It depends on the number of dimensions of your observation perspective. From a one-dimensional perspective, it's only a point. That is how ordinary people think of the particles. From a 2- or 3-dimensional perspective, The particle begins to show internal structure. From a four-dimensional perspective, a fundamental particle is an immense world. The princeps said, "To use a word like immense to describe a subatomic particle such as a proton seems incredible to me." The science consul ignored the princeps and continued. As we move to higher dimensions, the complexity and number of structures within a particle increase dramatically. The comparisons I'm about to make will not be precise, but should give you an idea of the scale. A particle seen from a 7-dimensional perspective has a complexity comparable to our Trisolaran stellar system in 3 dimensions. From an 8-dimensional perspective, a particle is a vast presence like the Milky Way. When the perspective has been raised to 9 dimensions, a fundamental particle's internal structure and complexity are equal to the whole universe. As for even higher dimensions, our physicists haven't been able to explore them, so we cannot yet imagine the degree of complexity. Considering the complexity of the internal structure of the proton within higher dimensions, intelligent life within one was not only possible, but likely. And what the Trisolarans encountered after attempting this first was undoubtedly intelligent life. It initially manifested in a form that most intelligent life would recognize. Eyes. Many eyes hovering in the sky above Trisolaris. The princeps pointed to the giant eyes in space. Do these show that the microcosmos contained within the unfolded proton harbors intelligent life? Our definition of life is probably not appropriate for the high-dimensional microcosmos. More accurately, we can say that universe contains intelligence or wisdom. At first, the Trisolarans think that perhaps the eyes simply wish to demonstrate their presence. These beings, while normally confined to the microcosmos of the proton within higher dimensional space, were now manifesting in 3 dimensions. But the Trisolarans were wrong initially. This wasn't to demonstrate their existence. This was to mount an attack on Trisolaris, who they obviously rightfully viewed as a threat to their own microcosmos. The eyes floating above Trisolaris merged into one giant eye, and then transformed into a parabolic mirror used to scorch the surface of Trisolaris. The parabolic mirror focused the sun's beams onto the surface of Trisolaris. Initially, the spot of light was very large, and the heat at the focal point wasn't yet lethal. This spot moved across the ground, searching for its target. The mirror discovered the capital, the largest city of Trisolaris, and the light spot began to move toward it. Soon the beam was over the city. Those standing under the pendulum monument only saw a great brightness in space. It overwhelmed everything else, accompanied by a wave of extreme heat. Then the light spot over the capital shrank as the parabolic mirror began to focus the light more tightly. The brightness from space grew stronger until no one could lift up his head, and those standing within the spot felt the temperatures rise rapidly. Just as the heat became unbearable, the edge of the light spot swept past the pendulum monument, and everything dimmed. It took a while before the crowd's sight readjusted to normal light. When they looked up, the first sight that greeted them was a pillar of light between the sky and earth, shaped like an inverted cone. The mirror in space formed the base of the cone, and the tip stabbed the heart of the capital, turning everything there incandescent at once. Waves of smoke began to rise. Tornadoes caused by the uneven heat of the light cone formed on several pillars made of dust that connected the sky, twisting and dancing around the light cone. The Trisolarans respond in kind, attacking the eye with nuclear warheads. The resulting devastation leads to the annihilation of the entire microcosmos, one of near infinite microcosmoses throughout the universe. It was at least an intelligent body. Also, Princeps, we destroyed the entire microcosmos. That miniature universe is immense in higher dimensions, and probably contained more than one intelligence or civilization that never had a chance to express themselves in macro space. Of course, in higher dimensional space, at such a micro scale, The forms that intelligence or civilization may take is beyond our imagination. There's something else entirely, and such destruction has probably occurred many times before. Oh? In the long history of scientific progress, how many protons have been smashed apart in accelerators by physicists? How many neutrons and electrons? Probably no fewer than 100 million. Every collision was probably the end of the civilizations and intelligences in a microcosmos. In fact, even in nature, the destruction of universes must be happening at every second. For example, through the decay of neutrons. Also, a high-energy cosmic ray entering the atmosphere may destroy thousands of such miniature universes. As I said, it is clear that the life forms within the proton's microcosmos viewed the Trisolarans as a threat. It is not clear whether this was a single civilization within the microcosmos or a collection of them working together in defense of their own universe. What is clear is that in the process of attempting to unfold a proton, the Trisolarans sacrificed potentially trillions of lives. I find this concept very intriguing whenever it pops up within science fiction. The idea that our universe is filled with countless smaller universes within it makes the universe feel even more vast and infinite than it already does. It also makes us wonder, what if our own universe was simply a microcosmos within another, grander universe? Our entire cosmos could potentially be destroyed at the whim of a greater civilization within a higher realm of existence. Part 5. The Trisolaran Destructors. During the war with humanity, the Trisolarans sent two separate fleets towards the Earth's solar system. The initial, slower Trisolaran fleet was lost forever to human history. The second Trisolaran fleet, however, has a fate that is known to all those who notice the interstellar dust cloud that was the result of their destruction. The second Trisolaran fleet, which contained the most powerful and fastest ships ever built by the Trisolarans before the destruction of their homeworld, encountered something immensely powerful and immensely destructive, presumably while in search of a new homeworld somewhere in the galaxy. We don't know much. The first and second Trisolaran fleets never joined together. More than 60 years ago, there was a large-scale space battle near Taurus. It was brutal, and the resulting wreckage formed a new interstellar dust cloud. We know that one of the sides in the battle was the second Trisolaran fleet, but we don't know who they were fighting against. We also don't know how the battle ended. My guess is that the second Trisolaran fleet was annihilated. The Trisolarans were powerful, but probably not powerful enough to contend with whatever they faced out there. Up until this point in the series, we have seen multiple examples of Trisolaran technology and weaponry, none of which seemed powerful enough to create an interstellar dust cloud as the result of its destructive capability. It could potentially have been technology that they developed later on, but I think this is unlikely. The Trisolarans at this point seem to have not found a suitable homeworld. Technological development for them aboard a space fleet would have been limited compared to if they had a homeworld full of resources. So I think it stands to reason that if they didn't have such powerful technology before they turned away from Earth's solar system, then they wouldn't have had it by the time they encountered whatever destroyed them. Though I believe the second Trisolaran fleet was annihilated by a more powerful alien group, I do not think this was the end of the Trisolaran race. Though humanity never learns what became of the first Trisolaran fleet, it is implied that they went on to perhaps inhabit new worlds, and in the end left their mark upon the cosmos. At the end of Death's End, the Trisolarans, like humanity and many others, are called together to restore the stolen pieces of the universe and save the cosmos from ultimate destruction. This, of course, indicates that the first Trisolaran fleet, like the humans of blue space and gravity, bred civilizations that survived long-term in the cosmos. Conclusion. One thing that all those who master the cosmos seem to share is their ability and willingness to stay well hidden. The first step in long-term survival in the cosmos is to hide from all potential threats, meaning all outside civilizations. It seems that those who master the universe are also distinguished in two types: those who hide and cleanse, and those who simply hide. Those who hide and cleanse not only shielded themselves well from outsiders, but took the initiative to eliminate potential threats before they became a problem. Because the so-called cleansing gene exists in so many civilizations, cosmic society is naturally hostile to all those who make themselves known. This seems to be a dark truth of the universe throughout most of the series, that is until the very end of Death's End. The ending of Death's End seems to suggest that cooperation between worlds will be the only way to save the universe from collapse and bring about the Edenic Age once again. It is not clear exactly who called this gathering, or how they gathered the names of so many civilizations in a universe where hiding was a method for survival. The ending of Death's End is shockingly optimistic, suggesting that even with the harsh reality of cosmic life, the ultimate solution could be the joining together of different civilizations. We will cover these events and the events leading up to them in Death's End in a future video. Okay, so now it's time to answer Patreon questions.
No, not again.
What are you talking about, Organism 9186? This is the first time we've done this, and we're gonna be doing it a lot more now that my Patreon has all new perks. Okay, so first question. Is the Tencent series only focused on the first book? As far as I can tell, it definitely is. I'm on episode 9 now, and they're really taking their time. They've even added scenes and expanded minor characters and added whole new characters. There's 30 episodes total, so they're really not going to have to drop any details from that first book, and I think that's a good thing ultimately. Next question. Greetings. For context, I've only just started reading the first novel of the Three Body Problem series and watched the Tencent adaptation through episode 4. Do you have any thoughts as to why so many scientists responded to the physics not being real with committing suicide? Well, first off, I think you should finish reading the book because there are certain revelations that make things make a lot more sense. And I actually think it's a little bit more clear in the Tencent adaptation with the added scenes. Now, you're probably not going to be able to hear the answer to your own question if you don't want to be spoiled, but for everybody else that's listening, I'll go ahead. The Trisolarans are essentially already on Earth, or at least their supercomputers, aka the Sophons. These supercomputers are what is making physics not work properly. And these supercomputers are the way in which Trisolaris communicate with ETO, the Earth Trisolaris organization, which has essentially infiltrated the frontiers of science, or maybe the frontiers of science is simply a front for ETO. It's a little bit vague in the book. Essentially, the frontiers of science locates important scientists around the world who are doing important work. It quote-unquote recruits them and then begins to psychologically manipulate them. We see this happening with Wang in the book and in the show, and the show also gives us examples of it happening to other people directly. With the use of the Sophons, ETO can project images right onto the eyeballs of their victims. Essentially, ETO is driving them to suicide.
Wow, that's pretty dark.
Yeah, Organism, I mean, Shishinlu's not playing around, it's pretty dreary. Alright, moving on to our next Patreon question, which is kind of related. Good day, Quinn. I'll make an assumption here that you're referring to the first novel for your questions, and not the series Remembrance of Earth's Past as a whole. I would like to know your views on ETO, Earth Trisolaris organization and what it is in some detail. In particular, are they a fifth column supporting the invasion? Are they a cult? Are they just capitalists looking to exploit the situation? Are they all of the above and more? Well, Donovan, this is a great question. I probably should do an entire video on ETO. So ETO, as you mentioned, stands for Earth Trisolaris Organization. It was founded by Ye Wenji, who was the person who initially alerted the Trisolarans of Earth's location in space. Essentially, ETO supports the Trisolaran invasion, but there are also different factions within ETO. It's been around for several decades by the start of the book, and things have changed since its initial conception. So there are three main factions within ETO. You've got the survivors. They hope that by selling out the rest of humanity, that they and their children, their offspring, will be granted special privileges and spared from the worst of what the rest of humanity will get. And then there are the Adventists. They are the closest to what ETO originally stood for, and they just straight up hate the human race. They want to see it destroyed. And then finally, the most interesting group, the Redemptionists. They have formed a kind of religion based on the Trisolarans. They see them as a superior species. The Redemptionist main thing is trying to solve the three-body problem itself, trying to figure out a way to predict the movement of the three sons of Trisolaris. Optimally, they hope that by doing so, Trisolaris can just stay in their own system and not come to Earth. And then later in the books, we've of course got the Wall Breakers, but we will get into that in the future. I will definitely make a dedicated video on ETO later on.
Wow, I should start the Earth Trolleon organization.
You know, I'd love to see you try it, Organism 9186. Everyone should seek out their own dreams. Anyway, next question. I'm curious about your thoughts on the VR scenes as well as the glimpse of the Trisolaran world. I assume you're talking about the Tencent TV show. I really enjoyed the episode that showed the game for the first time. It was neat to see that sequence realized. That's such an awesome, trippy part in the book, and I think the Tencent show holds up pretty well, even though it's a little bit different. As far as the glimpses of Trisolaris that we've gotten so far throughout the show, we haven't seen very much, but everything's been pretty cool looking. If you want more details about what I think about the Tencent show, I'm going to be streaming all about it as the show continues to air on my new streaming channel, Quinn Streams. You can subscribe to that channel if you want to catch all of those live streams. Alright, looks like that's the last of our questions. Let's go get some ice cream, Organism.
Yay, I love ice cream.
The Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy is one of the best sets of speculative science fiction books to appear in recent years. The trilogy explores themes surrounding both the human will to survive and the potential of mankind to inflict harm upon itself rather than band together in the face of a greater threat. Another major theme is our place in the universe and assumptions about the cosmos, and our lack of actual concrete knowledge about it. Because of its exploration of these themes, The Remembrance of Earth's Past is one of the most existentially terrifying series of the modern era, in my opinion. I've covered several aspects of this series in videos that can be found linked in the playlist below. In this video specifically, we will discuss the ending of the final book in the trilogy, Death's End. This video will have spoilers for all three books in the series, so keep that in mind. The star DX3906 had been gifted to Shangxin during the Crisis era by a man named Tianming. Tianming would go on to be the only human being ever to make physical contact with the alien beings known as the Trisolarans, who had attempted to invade Earth and claim the planet for their own. With the help of Tianming's brain, the aliens devised an attack on humankind, lulling humankind into a false sense of security. The aliens strike, nearly destroying all of mankind. When the hour has grown late and all hope seems lost, the inhabitants of the vessels Blue Space and Gravity, who had left the human solar system long before this time, triggered a gravitational wave transmitter, revealing both the location of Earth and the location of the homeworld of the Trisolarans. As we have discussed in detail in other videos, In this universe, the revelation of one's location is deadly due to the hostile nature of cosmic society. Trisolaris is quickly destroyed, and eventually Earth's own solar system is flattened into 2 dimensions. Shang Xin and AA are the only inhabitants of the solar system to escape. By the time they reach Planet Blue, hundreds of years have passed from the perspective of Earth due to the effects of relativity. Shang Xin and AA find Guan Yifan, a former inhabitant of blue space and gravity, on the world. He had only been woken from hibernation a few years earlier. From him they learn that mankind has expanded during the years of Shang Xin and AA's travel through the vacuum of space. I've also discussed this in detail in past videos. Guan Yifan is ultimately the one who teaches Shang Xin about death lines, which were left as the result of curvature propulsion, a method of faster than light travel. Within a death line, the speed of light could reach 0. Nothing could move within a death line. After returning to Planet Blue after investigating signals from the other world in the system, Planet Gray, Guan Yifan and Shang Xin receive a transmission from AA down on the surface of Planet Blue. She informs them that Tianming has returned. AA's voice was agitated. "I've called you multiple times, and the ship's AI refused to wake you. I told you we have to maintain radio silence. What happened? Young Tianming is here." Shang Xin was thunderstruck. The last traces of sleep left her, and even Yifan's jaw hung open. Shang Xin and Guan Yifan enter the shuttle to pilot down to Planet Blue, but before they can, something goes horribly wrong. Shang Xin experiences then the effects of being inside of a time vacuum. The moment seemed to be infinitely short and infinitely long. She got the feeling that she was outside of time, but also stepping across it. In a time vacuum, the length of time in that moment cannot be measured, because within a time vacuum, time does not exist. At the same time, she felt herself collapse, as though she was going to turn into a singularity. Meanwhile, the mass of her, Guan Yifan, and the shuttle approached infinity, and then everything plunged into darkness. The death lines, which Shang Xin and Guan Yifan had discovered leading from Planet Gray, had ruptured, seemingly due to interference from Tianming's ship. Because of this, they expanded to cover the entire solar system. The shuttle and Guan Yifan's ship, Hunter, were now orbiting Planet Blue at light speed, except light speed in this region was now less than 20 kilometers per second. Shang Xin and Guan Yifan were trapped. Without the computer systems, Hunter and the shuttle could not decelerate. Shang Xin didn't want to ask what their next step was, knowing that nothing more could be done. No computer could operate when the speed of light was below 20 kilometers per second. The shuttle's AI and control systems were all dead. Under such conditions, not even a light inside the spacecraft could be turned on. It was just a metal, with no electricity or power. Humans at this point in history had prepared for the potential of drifting into the trails of light-speed ships. This was why both the shuttle and the larger vessel possessed a secondary system based on neural computers. Such systems were based on the brains of intelligent animals and could operate in reduced light-speed environments. The key isn't the speed of light, but the system design. The transmission of chemical signals in the brain is even slower, only 2 or 3 meters per second, not much faster than us walking. Neural computers can still work because they imitate the highly parallel processing found in the brains of higher animals. All the chips are designed specifically to function under reduced light speed conditions. The neural systems on both the shuttle and the larger ship would take about 12 days to boot. This process was extremely slow due to the rate of serial data transmission under reduced light speed. They both would have to enter a short-term form of hibernation. They now orbited the Planet Blue at light speed, and though light speed for them was reduced within the ruptured death line, time still moved much faster on the outside. Can you see the patterns on the belt repeating periodically? Yifan wasn't looking outside at all. His eyes were half closed as he strapped himself into the hypergravity seat. They're moving too fast. Try to follow the motion with your eyes. Shang-Xin tried to match her moving gaze with the patterns flowing across the belt. For a moment, she could see the blue, white, and yellow patches. They blurred almost immediately. "I can't," she said. "That's all right. They're moving too fast." The pattern could be repeating several hundred times per second. Yifan sighed. Shang-Xin noticed his sorrow, despite his effort to hide it, and she knew why. She understood that every time the pattern repeated on the broad belt, it meant that the shuttle had completed another orbit around Planet Blue at light speed. Even at reduced light speed, the demonic rules of the theory of special relativity still held. In the planet's frame of reference, time was passing tens of millions of times faster than in here, like blood seeping out of her heart. It would be 18,903,729 years from the perspective of the outside before they would again set foot on Planet Blue. Part 2. The Black Domain Era. Shang-Xin and Guan Yifan awoke from their hibernation about 16 days later from their perspective. The neural computers on both the shuttle and Hunter have booted by this time and managed to establish contact with each other. Because of the fact that they were still in a reduced light speed region, they could not use fusion drives, because within such a region, they would put out too little power. The shuttle and the ship, however, were both equipped with antimatter drives, designed specifically for use within reduced light speed regions. The specific human society who built the ship and the shuttle had put great effort into developing such technologies. The reason was not simply in case one of their vessels encountered reduced light speed conditions, but because they were in fact planning ahead just in case their specific world would have to one day enter into a black domain to hide itself from potential exposure in the Dark Forest. It took about a half an hour for the antimatter system to activate. The shuttle and the ship began decelerating. Over the course of the next 20 minutes, they drop out of light speed. The hypergravity of the process forcefully presses Shang-Xin and Yifan into their seats. They can see Planet Blue is now no longer blue, but instead purple. The stars in the sky appeared as lines crossing in space. This was due to the fact that because of the rupturing of the death lines, the DX3906 system was now a black domain. They saw stars as if they were seeing them from inside a black hole. All the stars in space had turned into lines of light. Shang-Xin was actually familiar with such a sight. She had seen plenty of long exposure photographs taken of the starry sky from Earth. Due to Earth's rotation, the stars in pictures all became concentric arcs of approximately the same length. But now the stars she saw were segments of different lengths, and aligned every which way. The longest few lines, in fact, took up almost a third of the sky. These lines crossed each other at different angles and made space appear far more confusing and chaotic than before. The DX3906 star system was now cut off from the rest of the universe. As far as they knew, they could never leave it. But there was still the question of what now waited on the planet. A change in the sun's radiation over time had caused the vegetation of the world to adapt. This resulted in the color change of the world when viewed from space. Shang-Xin and Yifan could detect that the oxygen concentration of the planet was considerably higher than it had been the last time they had stepped foot on the world. The geographical structure of the planet had also significantly changed since they had last been there. Guan Yifan and Shang-Xin surveyed the landscape of the planet, and though it was full of life, there was no sign of human life, no trace of Tianming or his vessel. Hunter, which was still in orbit above Planet Purple, had an exceptionally powerful computer. After completing its scans, it confirmed that there were no humans on the planet whatsoever. Shang-Xin initially believes that maybe several tens of thousands of years have passed, but she grossly underestimated. By taking rock samples taken from the planet and measuring their atomic decay, they determined the actual length of time that had gone by. Average atomic decay dating results: error range 0.4%, stellar time periods lapsed 6,177,906, Earth years lapsed 18,903,729. They knew then that both Tianming and AA had been dead for millions of years. Shang-Xin, however, remembers what Luo Ji had done earlier in the novel. When the solar system was attacked with the dual vector foil, leading to a dimension strike causing the collapse of Earth's solar system into 2 dimensions, Luo Ji, who during the Crisis Era saved mankind from destruction at the hands of the alien invaders, the Trisolarans, attempted to preserve some of humanity's history on the world Pluto by carving into stone. He believed, more so than any method, that this was the most permanent. Shang Xing commands Hunter to scan at a depth range between 20 and 30 meters. Hunter's AI was capable of recognizing language. An hour later, it brought back fragments of words which had been carved into an enormous bedrock, now buried 30 meters beneath the planet. We lived a happy life together. We give you a little. Survive the collapse inside. Go to the new. Before the death lines had ruptured, AA said that Tianming had a gift for Shang Xing. That was the gift being referenced here. It was the gift of an entire universe. Part 3, Universe 647. Guan Yifan and Shang Xing eventually discover the door, the gift left by Tianming. It had been left there for more than 18 million years. To call it just a door would be inaccurate. It was almost sentient. It remembered that in the beginning it had been placed next to the carved rock containing the text. In the beginning it had also had a metal frame, but that had eroded millions of years ago. It itself had no fear of erosion because it existed outside of time. When it detected the presence of humans on the surface of the world, it rose to the surface. While doing so, it made no interaction with the crust. It moved through the world like a ghost. It immediately confirmed that Guan Yifan and Shang Xing were the 2 humans that it had been expecting. Something strange interrupted their meditation. A rectangle limned by faint lines of light, about a man's height, hovered over the clearing, like the dash section lines marked out by dragging a mouse. It moved through air, but did not go far before returning to its original position. It was possible that it had been there all along, but the outline was so faint and thin that it was invisible during daytime. Whether it was made by a force field or actual substance, there was no doubt it was the creation of intelligence. After walking through the door, Shang Xing and Guan Yifan are immersed in primordial darkness, and also experience the sense of being in a time vacuum, the same as when they encountered the ruptured death lines. For a moment, time does not exist. Darkness disappeared. Time began. There is no appropriate expression in human language to express the moment at the start of time. To say that time began after they entered the door would be wrong because after required time. There was no time here, and thus no before or after. The time after they entered could have been shorter than a billion billionth of a second, or longer than a billion billion years. The miniature universe beyond the door was a completely enclosed world, in which the end was also the beginning. When you walk all the way to its edge, you simply return to where you started. There was a sun and a blue sky, an unplanted field with black soil, a large white house, and tiny robots attending it all. From the house, a woman walks out. Shang Xing recognizes her immediately. Sofan. Sofan had been the avatar through which the Trisolarans had spoke to humanity through during the Deterrence Era. She had also been humanity's cruel dictator following the fall of that era. But this Sofan was somehow different. Sofan had only been a puppet of the Trisolarans. This version served another purpose. She was the manager of this universe, which was called Universe 647. She was essentially placed there by Tianming to serve Guan Yifan and Shang Xing. The war between Trisolaris and humankind was quite literally ancient history. It had ended millions of years ago. This entire miniature universe had been constructed with Trisolaran technology. They learned from Sofan that time moves much slower in the miniature universe than in the greater universe. Tianming believed that the great universe was headed for collapse, essentially the Big Crunch. Following the crunch, a new Big Bang. This would create a new universe, a new Edenic age, a universe possessing 10 dimensions, not degraded by life. Tianming had hoped that Shang Xin and Guan Yifan could wait within the miniature universe until the birth of the new greater universe. It was calculated that after a span of about 10 years in the miniature universe, the greater universe would reach its end. The miniature universe was not actually on Planet Blue, only its entrance was. It was truly outside the greater universe, fully independent. As time goes by within the miniature universe, Shang Xin and Guan Yifan learn more and more about its nature, but much of it is incomprehensible to them. They don't understand how a complete ecological cycle could function in such a small sealed place. What exactly was the sun, and where did the heat of the miniature universe go given that it was a closed system? They also learn that the miniature universe cannot communicate with the greater universe, but it was possible for the mini-universe to receive broadcast from the greater universe. This was possible because all the universes were in fact bubbles above a supermembrane. This was something that the Trisolarans had discovered. There were other great universes beyond our own, some possessing intelligent life. Great universes had enough energy to propagate information across the supermembrane. This required an astronomical amount of energy, equivalent to the total amount of energy within an entire galaxy. As a matter of fact, the monitoring systems in Universe 647 often received messages from other great universes on the supermembrane. Some were natural phenomenon, some were messages from intelligent beings that could not be decoded. But they had never received any messages from the particular great universe they had come from. After more than a year inside the miniature universe, it finally happens. They receive a message from their own universe. It is a broadcast in countless languages, all the languages of the great races throughout the universe who made their mark. Among them included the languages of the Trisolarans and of the Earth. For Shang Xin and Guan Yifan, the Earth's languages being presented confirmed that humanity had endured in the cosmos, but the content of the broadcast itself brought a grave message from a group of beings known as the Returners. A notice from the Returners. The total mass of our universe has decreased to below the critical threshold. The universe will turn from being closed to open and die a slow death in perpetual expansion. All lives and all memories will also die. Please return the mass you have taken away and send only memories to the new universe. A miniature universe could not exist without first taking matter from the greater universe. The message was clear. Universe 647 was one of who knows how many miniature universes constructed by humanity, the Trisolarans, and countless others, each one containing matter stolen from the greater universe. Without the return of that matter, the universe could not reset to its Edenic age. In perpetual expansion, all the galaxies would move farther and farther away from each other, until none were visible from any other. By then, standing at any point in the universe, all one would see was darkness in every direction. The stars would go out one by one, and all celestial bodies would turn into thin dust clouds. Coldness and darkness would reign over all, and the universe would become a vast empty tomb. All civilizations and all memories would be buried in that endless tomb for eternity. Death would be eternal. In order to save the universe, the matter locked up in all of the mini-universes would need to be brought back. This, however, means that all the refugees fleeing the destruction of the Crunch would have to return to the greater universe as well. Shang Xin and Guan Yifan make their decision. They will dismantle the mini-universe and return to the greater universe. Within the miniature universe, they leave a quantum computer containing the entire memory of Trisolaris and the Earth, and a tiny sphere containing a fully sealed ecological system with a tiny light emitter. As long as it remained there, Universe 647 would not be a lifeless, empty, and dark world. Entering their fusion-powered vessel, they leave Universe 647 forever, into the main universe, which has advanced 10 billion years. Planet Blue no longer existed. The star DX3906 had long ago vanished. It was a possibility, though they could not say for certain, that the great universe would no longer even be three-dimensional once they entered it. It was within their capabilities to move the entrance to the mini-universe elsewhere. Once they exited, they would appear somewhere else in the greater universe. What exactly they might encounter, they did not know. This is where Death's End concludes. The story is continued, however, in the spin-off novel, which was not written by Cixin Liu, but instead by Bao Shi, titled Redemption of Time. An interesting thing that Liu Cixin does at the end of this novel is set up how terrible and sad the idea of the universe endlessly expanding in darkness would be if they could not repair it. But the fact is, the continued expansion of the universe is one of the main currently accepted theories for what may happen in real life. Scientists realized a while ago that the Big Crunch was most likely not possible. The universe is expanding due to a mysterious force known as dark energy. Dark energy makes up about 70% of the universe, and we really don't know what it is. But we do know that it is causing the expansion of the universe. And we also know that the expansion is not stopping. It is in fact accelerating. Scientists say that eventually every particle in the universe will be perfectly spaced out. Because of this, gravity would have no effect. There would be no light, no movement, just endless silence and darkness. The fact that this seems to be the reality for the future of the cosmos makes this ending all the more existential. The inhabitants of the three-body problem universe have a way to save themselves. We do not. I think that the ending of Death's End also presents an environmentalist metaphor. The universe is Earth. Those who have selfishly taken pieces of it and hoarded them away are ensuring its destruction. It is up to everyone to come together, make sacrifices, and return what they have taken so that everything is ultimately not destroyed. Many of the themes of this series are intriguing and terrifying, as we've discussed here, but there are also certain things about this series that just ring true. What if we could become so advanced that we start doing to the universe what we are doing to the Earth? Destroying it with war, with the careless usage of technology, draining its resources until nothing functions as it should. The metaphor here is clear. People often ask me what exactly it is that I love so much about this series. I love it because it does exactly what science fiction should do. It takes a real thing, like the fear of the outside or the human capacity for self-destruction, and it shines a new light on it. What would all of these very real things be like in the context of a universe full of hostile aliens? A universe with weapons that break the universe itself and technology that leaves ruptures in space-time. This is a trilogy that kept me glued to the page all the way to the end, because I just kept asking, what's the next stage? What other potential ominous questions about the universe are going to be explored next? If a writer can do that, then I think that is very effective writing. Even though we've gotten to the end of the book, there are still more aspects of this series to explore, and I will continue to explore those aspects in videos in the future, as well as exploring the spin-off novel, Redemption of Time. Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure you like and subscribe for more Quinn's ideas. For those of you that are interested, my graphic novel, The Lie Behind the Star, launched on Indiegogo, and it is funding now. Check it out, link in the description. The Three-Body Problem series is one of the best trilogies of science fiction books that I've read in recent years, but in this video we will be discussing its spin-off, Redemption of Time. Redemption of Time was written by Bao Shi and continues the storyline of the Three-Body Problem universe. It mainly follows the character Tian Ming, the only character in the original series to ever make direct contact with the Trisolarans. Redemption of Time describes his time among the Trisolarans and how he was visited by a powerful entity which gave him knowledge about the nature of the universe. In this video, we will mainly discuss the nature of the original universe and how it began to collapse. In Redemption of Time, we learn that the original 10-dimensional universe, before it began to collapse, was constructed upon energy exchange between photons. It was literally a universe of light. All particles and antiparticles were formed from photons, and their mutual annihilation resulted in yet more photons. Thus everything occurred at the speed of light, which was infinite. Even more marvelously, Because particles and antiparticles balanced each other out, the total energy level of the universe was zero. This was an incredible state of symmetry, and the foundation of the emergence of intelligence in the 10-dimensional universe. Matter, life, sentience, civilization. In this Edenic universe, everything was part of the same whole. All matter possessed life, all life possessed sentience, and all sentience existed in a state of harmonious civilization. In the original universe, all of creation existed in a state of perfect harmony. In this original universe, the speed of light was infinite. It had slowed with each dimension collapse to its current rate in the third dimension. The state of life in this universe could not be described in normal language. Tianming was given what the book refers to as idea abstractions, a form of language which could communicate the proper nuances and subtleties of the original 10-dimensional universe. It is mentioned that the Trisolarans did not have the ability to perceive idea abstractions. Tianming learns that the 10-dimensional universe itself was alive, and our 3-dimensional universe was its shriveling corpse. Unlike the 3-dimensional universe, in which lonely stars hung in the vast emptiness of space, the entire universe was a living being. All life was but a part of this grand life, and all intelligence but a component of the highest intelligence. The dark forest state was an impossibility for this transcendent being of unified matter and spirit. In this original state of existence, individual presence was seamlessly harmonized with the universe, and yet within the 10-dimensional universe there was the Lurker, who sought to darken the 10-dimensional universe, ending the Edenic age. The story of the Lurker obviously is in reference to the biblical stories found in the book of Genesis. The 10-dimensional universe was conscious, an ultimate being, essentially God. The Lurker was a part of it who rebelled against its ruler, essentially Lucifer. The biblical reference is not exclusive to the spin-off either. In the original series, the 10-dimensional universe is referred to as the Edenic Age multiple times, a clear reference to the Garden of Eden, where Lucifer's actions led to the fall of mankind. The universe had collapsed from 10 dimensions to 9. A traitorous child of the Edenic Age had committed matricide against the source of its life. Of the infinite number of consciousnesses that collectively formed the Master, a single consciousness suddenly launched a rebellion, leading to the dimension reduction of the universe. Caught off guard, the Master could neither stop the revolt nor understand it. If a child still within the womb decided to attack the mother from within, how could the mother have been prepared for it? And that was how the Lurker succeeded. The Lurker's actions were not only incomprehensible to Tianming, but also to the Master consciousness that at once spanned the entire cosmos. How could anyone who experienced the vibrancy of that world tolerate the emptiness and crudeness of the three-dimensional universe? He found it even more incomprehensible that the Lurker would wish to destroy such a beautiful world in harmony. How vicious and crazed was such evil? Then he witnessed the moment of destruction. In a corner of this universe, life's light suddenly blinked out, leaving a small patch of darkness like a drop of ink on fresh white paper. At first the darkness seemed minor, but it quickly spread at the speed of light, turning the whole 10-dimensional universe pitch black. Even though the destruction happened super fast, literally at infinite speed, it followed a clear order of events. Tianming decoded the details through what the book calls idea abstractions. Describing it with our three-dimensional language would be basically impossible, but think of it like a picture made of a bunch of domino tiles standing up. They all fell, but you can still make out the flattened picture. In an instant, the universe collapsed from 10 dimensions to 9. This event, while catastrophic, did not utterly destroy the life of the 10 dimension, as would dimension collapses on lesser dimensions on lesser beings. Instead, the collapse split them into separate consciousnesses. The 9-dimensional universe resembled a flawed version of the 10-dimensional universe, akin to a cracked egg, drawing parallels between the Chinese myth wherein segments of the god Pangu's body transformed into the sun, moon, and mountains, and rivers post-mortem. The 9-dimensional universe originated from a deceased state of the 10-dimensional universe. Despite its current innate state, it served as a battleground where numerous lives continued to clash. Essentially, it retained the essence of a battlefield. The book describes the 9-dimensional universe as a cosmic city in ruins, marred by the ravages of war and confusion. As the process of dimension reduction neared its conclusion, remnants of the once expansive 10-dimensional universe fiercely resisted. In this clash between darkness and light, brilliant rays erupted, their intensity surpassing even the radiance of the Milky Way, the book mentions. And it actually uses an analogy comparing a candle to the full power of the sun. Amidst this cosmic struggle, a significant portion of entities retained memories and civilizations inherited from the decaying 10-dimensional realm. And united by a collective endeavor, they sought to breathe life back into the fading dimensions, though it is mentioned that some succumbed to the deceptive allure of the lurker, betraying their cosmic kin by aligning themselves with the forces of the opposition. This section of the story also mirrors the biblical story of Lucifer, who was ultimately cast out of heaven along with several fallen angels who had taken his side. Now, all of this is described to Tianming through idea abstractions, so we're meant to imagine that we are reading a version of the truth that has been extremely dumbed down to work with our human language. Upon receiving all of this information, Tianming actually comes to a revelation about the original universe, a revelation of a paradoxical and near incomprehensible nature. If only they had lived in the 10-dimensional universe, where the speed of light was infinite. Wait. A barely formed thought emerged in Tianming's mind, soon coming into focus, a key point whose familiarity had caused him to ignore its significance until now. How long has the 3-dimensional universe existed? He gazed at Sophon intently. About 13,894,000,000 years, said Sophon. How long did the 4-dimensional universe exist? About 1,000,000 years. What about the 5-dimensional universe? 161 years. And the 6-dimensional universe? 90 days and 11 hours. 7-dimensional? 2 minutes and 3 seconds. 8-dimensional? 12 milliseconds. 9-dimensional? 31 milliseconds. Tianming suppressed his rising excitement and asked the final question. What about the 10-dimensional universe? Unexpectedly, Sophon was silent for a moment before she said, Forever. There was no time in the 10-dimensional universe. Of course, Tianming muttered. Infinite speed, infinite efficiency, everything completed from the start, finished in an instant without the passage of any time. It was a universe without time. The original universe had only lasted for a single instant, and yet it lasted forever. It was a realm beyond time, truly. Each descending dimension would last longer and longer before finally decaying. The revelations about the original 10-dimensional universe, its collapse, and the subsequent formation of the 9-dimensional realm serves as a compelling extension to Lu Shishen's original story, in my opinion. The narrative conveyed to Tianming through idea abstractions challenges our conventional understanding of time, and idea abstractions themselves are a fascinating concept. Tianming's realization of the timeless nature of the 10-dimensional universe also adds complexity to the overarching narrative. It promotes contemplation on the potential transient nature of our own 3-dimensional reality. Redemption of Time also does a pretty good job of expanding upon the philosophical dimensions of the 3-body problem universe. And it doesn't stop there. In future videos, we will discuss some of the other interesting aspects of Redemption of Time, including an exploration of one of the oldest surviving civilizations in the universe, Singer's Race, who in the original series launched a dimension strike against our solar system, collapsing it into 2 dimensions. But that's it for now, guys. Thanks for watching. And as I mentioned in the beginning, the Indiegogo for my new graphic novel campaign is launching right now, and it will be going for the next 25 days or so. If you are interested in supporting the channel by supporting this graphic novel, then click the link in the description. Thank you so much, guys. Hi guys, it's Quinn here. If you enjoy my videos, consider hitting the like button. It's the only way the YouTube algorithm really notices me. Just a heads up, this video will have spoilers for all three of Cixin Li's Remembrance of Earth's Past books, and also for the spin-off novel Redemption of Time by Bashu. This series details the story of mankind after they discover that there is a race of alien beings 4 light years away from our solar system that seek to destroy humanity and inhabit the Earth. It will take about 400 years for the aliens to reach Earth, but in the meantime they have crippled technological progress on Earth so that humans could not advance enough to match them. Humanity was nearly fully destroyed in the struggle against this technologically superior alien race. The Great War between humanity and the Trisolarans drives the main narrative of this series, and yet we never see the appearance of the Trisolarans described in the original trilogy. It's not until the spin-off that we finally get a glimpse at what they actually look like. However, we do receive information in the first book about their biology and their life cycle. Trisolarans had much longer lifespans than humans, and could live for hundreds of years, or between 700 and 800,000 Trisolaran hours. But it is mentioned that most Trisolarans will lose the ability to work productively long before that period of time. Once this happens, those Trisolaran individuals would be dehydrated forcibly and burned. If Trisolarans could not work, they were not considered of use to their civilization. The Trisolarans also have the ability to fully dehydrate themselves and exist in an unconscious state indefinitely, only to be rehydrated at a later time. This was the adaptation which had allowed them to be able to survive the harsh conditions of their 3-star solar system. Their planet existed in a constant state of varying extremes, which came about suddenly. Some eras were stable, but there was no way to tell how long stable eras would last, or to predict when stable eras would occur. This is the 3-body problem, which the title of the book refers to. The Trisolarans spent eons attempting to solve the 3-body problem, but eventually realized that there was no solution. They needed a new star system. We know that the Trisolarans do not have the ability to lie. This is because their thoughts are displayed openly, instantly readable to other Trisolarans. This is why they never developed the capacity for deception. Lying was impossible when your thoughts were not private. Trisolaran mating was also vastly different from humans. When 2 Trisolarans mated, organic material from both bodies became one. Approximately 66% of the material would be used to power the biochemical reaction, which would renew the cells and create a new body. This new body would then divide into between 3 and 5 new individuals, who would each inherit some of their parents' memories and go on to begin the cycle again. The leader of the Trisolarans is referred to by the title of Princeps. Essentially, the Princeps fills the role that a king or emperor would fill on Earth, only on a global scale. Because of the nature of their existence and the instability of their planet, their culture developed to value only survival. Some Trisolaran individuals, however, saw the faults in their civilization, such as the Listener, the lowly Trisolaran who first heard the call of Earth and betrayed his species by warning us not to respond to their message. When explaining to the Princeps why he had betrayed his own world, he told them that it was so his own life would not be wasted. He was too old and too low of status to mate, and Trisolaris offered nothing to those on the lower echelons of their civilization. But by warning Earth, he could give humanity a chance to survive. Listener compared Trisolaris' desire to possess living space to the desire of a man who has gone too long without food. He knew that they could not coexist with the humans on Earth. He knew that they would be destroyed. The Princeps questions how Listener would be the savior of Earth while his own people would perish, and he responds by saying this: "I am tired of Trisolaris. We have nothing in our lives and spirit except the fight for survival." What is wrong with that? There is nothing wrong, of course. Existence is the premise for everything else. But Princeps, please examine our lives. Everything is devoted to survival, to permit the survival of the civilization as a whole. There is almost no respect for the individual. Someone who can no longer work is put to death. Trisolaran society exists under a state of extreme authoritarianism. The law has only two outcomes. The guilty are put to death, and the not guilty are released. For me, the most intolerable aspects are the spiritual monotony and desiccation. Anything that can lead to spiritual weakness is declared evil. We have no literature, no art, no pursuit of beauty and enjoyment. We cannot even speak of love. Princeps, is there meaning to such a life? The kind of civilization you yearn for once existed on Trisolaris too. They had free democratic societies, and they left behind rich cultural legacies. You know barely anything about them. Most details have been sealed away and forbidden from view. But in all the cycles of Trisolaran civilization, this type of civilization was the weakest and most short-lived. A modest chaotic era disaster was enough to extinguish them. Look again at the Earth civilization you wish to save. A society born and bred in the eternal spring of a beautiful hothouse would not be able to survive even 1,000,000 Trisolaran hours if it were transplanted here. Surviving and existing are very different from living and thriving. The culture of Trisolaris was characterized by a lack of culture. They existed only to serve the hierarchy. Individuals did not matter, only the system mattered. What's really interesting about this is both Trisolaris and Earth have a traitor amongst their species. Humanity's traitor was of course Yawinji, and Trisolaris's was the listener. Both individuals can no longer see the good in their own worlds and would rather help another at the expense of their own. Now let's talk about the spin-off novel Redemption of Time. Now though this book is approved by Cixin Le, some do not consider it to be official canon. Redemption of Time describes the Trisolarans as small creatures no larger than a grain of rice. This is the explanation for why the Trisolarans would have never risked direct combat with humans who could easily crush them. Tianming, whose brain had been captured and his body rebuilt by the Trisolarans, is the only human in this series to ever lay eyes upon them. Most of the ship consisted of thin tubes and tiny cubbies, some the size of matchboxes, others as large as a drawer in a dresser. Each cubby contained numerous tiny apparatuses or devices glowing with an eerie light, each about the size of a grain of rice. Some of the grains squirmed and writhed on the floor. They are bugs. The description of the Trisolarans as bug-like creatures seems to imply that the Trisolaran insult of bugs towards humans at the end of the first book was merely a Trisolaran projection of their own inadequacy in this particular aspect. A key fact about the Trisolarans that Redemption of Time also goes into is that the Trisolarans apparently are not independently intelligent. They must depend on group data. Trisolaran cognition was very different from individual-based, human cognition. Because Trisolarans enjoyed a direct correspondence between thought and expression, their communication was highly efficient. They thus evolved a collective intelligence that was the foundation of the living formation computer innovation. Although each individual Trisolaran could to some degree think independently, they primarily relied on exchanging information with each other to build up a large collective data bank that was their primary source of intelligence. Nothing about the description of the Trisolarans in Redemption of Time is out of line with anything that Cixin Le writes about the Trisolarans in the original 3 novels. I, in fact, remember getting the distinct thought while reading them that the Trisolarans might be tiny creatures. Typically, large animals wouldn't have the ability to dehydrate themselves and rehydrate later. On Earth, that is a trait that we see in very small creatures like water bears, for instance. The Trisolarans were humanity's greatest oppressors, but perhaps without them, humanity would have never been alerted to the darker truths about the nature of the universe and our existence in it. So, have you read the 3-Body Problem series? Did you enjoy it? Tell me what you thought about it. Also, recommend any other science fiction books that you'd like to see me cover on this channel. Thanks for watching, guys. Make sure you like and subscribe for more videos like this one. Peace out. Just a heads up for those of you that may be interested, my next graphic novel, The Lie Behind the Star, is launching February 2023. You can sign up now to get on the email mailing list to get notified as soon as it launches. More information on my website, link in the description. Thank you guys so much. Hi guys, it's Quinn here. If you appreciate my content, consider hitting the like button. It's the only way the YouTube algorithm notices me. If you'd like to do more to keep this channel afloat, consider donating through the PayPal link in the description or checking out our Patreon. Thanks guys so much. Lucian's Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy is one of the most compelling modern sci-fi series in my opinion. If you like science fiction that really zooms out and drives its speculative ideas out literally to the end of time, then this is probably the series for you. Now, I of course have several videos covering several aspects of this series, but in this video we will get to a topic that has been requested for a very long time, and that is the Wall Facers and the Wall Breakers. Now, obviously, if you have not read the series, this video is going to be full of spoilers, although most of it would probably go over your head anyway. But if you have read the books, or at least seen my previous videos, or you just don't care about spoilers, then feel free to continue forward. Part 1. The Wall Facer Project. The series, of course, follows humanity as we deal with the knowledge that a powerful race of alien beings has set its sights on Earth and will arrive within 400 years. These beings, called the Trisolarans, are from a star system approximately 4 light years away. They inhabit a planet within an unstable 3-star system, but they desire Earth. They launch a kind of probe at Earth called a Sophon. It is essentially a quantum supercomputer that could not only transmit data from Earth to Trisolaris in real time, but could also affect Earth in physical ways. The Trisolarans mainly use the Sophons to limit human scientific development, rendering physics useless. They don't want humanity developing to a competitive level in the 400 years that it would take them to reach Earth. They also use the Sophons to communicate with Trisolaran allies on Earth, the members of ETO, the Earth Trisolaris Organization, or as I like to call them, the Traders of Humanity. Now this is where it gets interesting. The Sophons also have limitations, the main one being that though they can see everything that is happening on Earth, they cannot read human thoughts, and humanity eventually figures this out. This is where the Wall Facers come in. The Wall Facer project was enacted in year 3 of the Crisis era. The idea behind the Wall Facer project was as follows. 4 humans would be chosen by the United Nations Planetary Defense Council. Each of the 4 Wall Facers would be given near unlimited power, have access to unlimited funds, have the ability to act without question and make requests that would be followed no matter how absurd, while facing minimal scrutiny. Their main limitation was that they could never share their plans with others, for then the Trisolarans would know. The Wall Facer project was established and 4 men were ultimately chosen. Frederick Tyler, a former United States Secretary of Defense; Bill Hines, a British neuroscientist; Manuel Rey Diaz, who had once been the president of Venezuela; and of course, Luo Ji, just an ordinary astronomer, by far the least qualified of the 4. The Wall Facers would be expected to misdirect the Trisolarans, obscuring their true aims. They would use cryonic technology in order to hibernate for long periods of time over the course of the journey of the Trisolarans' fleet to Earth. Each of the Wall Facers developed a unique plan, and in the end, all but one failed. At the time all of this was being worked out, of course, the Trisolarans were watching and developing a counter to the Wall Facer project, or at least ETO was, the Wall Breaker project. They would choose from the ranks of ETO a Wall Breaker to counter each Wall Facer, deciphering their plans and exposing them to Trisolaris. The exact identities of the Wall Breakers remain at first unknown, but are revealed at later times in the series. The Trisolarans were intelligent and advanced, but due to the nature in which they had evolved to communicate, they lacked the ability to lie. They did not understand deception. This is why ETO and the Wall Breakers were necessary. We will appoint a Wall Breaker for each Wall Facer. Like the Wall Facers, the Wall Breakers will be authorized to tap all of the organizations for resources, but their greatest resource will be the Sophons, which will render the Wall Facers' every action utterly exposed. The only secret will be their thoughts. The Wall Breakers' mission then is to analyze the Wall Facers' open and clandestine actions with the help of the Sophons and decipher the true nature of their strategic aims as early as possible. The leadership will now appoint the Wall Breakers. 4 Wall Breakers were appointed, 1 for each Wall Facer. As I said, each Wall Facer was required to develop a unique plan. We'll start with Frederick Tyler. Part 2. Frederick Tyler's Plan. As I said, Frederick Tyler was a former U.S. Secretary of Defense. He also authored a book titled The Truth of Technology. Apparently in this book he argued that small countries could reap significant benefits from technology, and were in fact the ultimate beneficiaries of technology, suggesting that technological pursuits of larger nations would in the end shift the global power balance in favor of smaller ones. Publicly, Tyler proposed a plan to create a swarm of kamikaze fighter crafts to confront the Trisolaran fleet. However, privately, his true intentions, which would ultimately be unveiled by his wall breaker, would prove to be traitorous. Initially, Tyler may have worked to help humanity, but as time went on, he developed a resentment for humanity, which only continued to grow. Simultaneously, his appreciation for the Trisolarans and the members of ETO also grew. He traveled the world becoming disillusioned with modern humanity. He was convinced that humanity did not stand a chance at defeating Trisolaris in standard combat. Of course, this was only the beginning. Your betrayal of humanity would be a long process, but you had time on your side. In the following months and years, you were prepared to engineer events that would add to the wall you erected between yourself and the human race. Your despair would gradually grow and your sorrow intensify, and you would leave the human world further and further behind, growing closer and closer to ETO and Trisolaris. Tyler had actually planned to use the swarm of kamikaze fighters to attack humanity's own fleet. He had intended to enlist members of ETO to pilot the crafts. He had also planned to transport water to the approaching Trisolaran fleet, recognizing their potential need for it after their long space journey. The ETO Mosquito fleet would launch a sneak attack on the Space Force and then flee to the Trisolarans, who might be willing to let them join their fleet once they had demonstrated their disloyalty to humanity. Tyler is eventually confronted by his wall breaker, who has discovered Tyler's plan and would expose him. In a frail voice, the pitiful man uttered his first sentence. It struck Tyler like a bolt of lightning, and so dazed him that he practically sat down on the ground. Every word was like a thunderclap. Wall Facer Frederick Tyler, I am your wall breaker. Frederick Tyler never had any intent on helping ETO. He actually had implanted bombs inside the kamikaze fighters, and he intended to detonate those bombs, harming the Trisolaran fleet and killing those members of ETO. The giant chunk of ice would be propelled by the Mosquito group. The Mosquito fleet would likely draw very close to the Lord's fleet when presenting the gift, at which point the second consequence of the failure of your attempt to build a kamikaze force would be put to use. That failure prompted your very logical request for independent control of the entire Mosquito fleet. When Earth's fleet draws close to the Lord's fleet, you would take control of the fighters from the ETO pilots and switch them to drone mode, ordering the fighters to strike their chosen targets. The super bombs would be detonated at point-blank range, annihilating all of the Lord's ships. Okay, so now a warning. This is where it gets pretty dark. Confronted with the futility of his plan, and unable to resign from his wall facer role, Frederick Tyler chooses to take his own life after disclosing his scheme to Luo Ji. And there you have it. History would mark this as the first major failure in the already questionable Wall Facer project. Part 3. Bill Hines' Plan. In the Dark Forest, Wall Facer Bill Hines, a British neuroscientist, experiments with a piece of tech known as a resolving imager and makes a discovery. He finds that if a subject undergoes an enhanced radiation scan immediately after affirming a false statement, they will subsequently regard that statement as true, essentially forming a mental seal. I won't talk about the details. Basically, we discovered the mind's mechanism for making judgments in the cerebral neural network, as well as the ability to have a decisive impact on them. If we compare the process by which a human mind makes judgments to a computer's process, There's the input of external data, calculation, and then the final outcome. What we're able to do is omit the calculation step of the process and directly produce an outcome. When a certain piece of information enters the brain, it exerts an influence on a particular part of the neural network, and we can cause the brain to render a judgment, to believe that the information is genuine without even thinking about it. Has this already been achieved? Zheng Weishe asked softly. Yes. It started with the Chance discovery, which we subjected to in-depth research, and now we've done it. We call it the mental seal. To confirm this, Bill subjects himself to the process with the statement, "Water is toxic," and as a result, he begins to genuinely believe that water is in fact toxic. Consequently, he undergoes a 2-month psychotherapy program to regain the ability to drink water without hesitation. If a person is given a judgment that is at odds with reality, it would be eventually overturned. But the process was painful because the judgment produced in the mind by the mental seal was extremely stubborn. But this was only with very clearly false proclamations. Other judges would be essentially impossible to overturn, like the existence of God, or whether or not humanity might win a particular war against a particular race of aliens. These don't have a clearly determined answer, and in the normal course of establishing these beliefs, the mind is slightly tilted in a certain direction by all sorts of choices. If the belief is established by the mental seal, it will be rock solid and absolutely unshakable. To understand how the mental seal relates to Heinz's plan, you have to understand the concept of the triumphalist versus the defeatist. They are essentially opposite schools of thought on how humans should deal with the Trisolarran crisis. The triumphalist believed that humanity could defeat the Trisolarrans through strength and determinism, while defeatist believed that we could not win against the Trisolarrans, and ultimately trended towards the idea of escapism. Essentially, they thought humanity should be preparing to run away from our solar system and let the Trisolarrans have Earth. Escapism had of course been banned early on by the governments of the world, as it had been universally decided that humanity would not flee, but instead would face the crisis head-on. On the surface, Heinz's plan was to use the mental seal on people in order to make them triumphalist. This would instill the belief in humanity's survival and theoretically give us a higher chance of success in the war against Trisolaris. This obviously brings up all sorts of moral dilemmas surrounding free will once Heinz unveils it. By this point in time, many have denounced the Wallfacer project and some called for its dissolution. Many viewed Heinz's mental seal as a herald of the end of humanity's individuality and free will. Many believed that the mental seal was the equivalent of thought control. "Look at you, Wallfacers," the Russian representative said, raising his hands towards the ceiling. "Tyler wanted to deprive the people of their lives, and you want to deprive them of their minds. What are you trying to do?" It was decided that no one would be forced to use the mental seal. It would be completely voluntary. It was proposed that the mental seal be opened like a public facility. It would have only one proposition: the belief in human victory in the Trisolaran War. Anyone willing to gain true faith through use of the mental seal could use the facility, and all of this would be conducted under the strictest supervision, and the person would be given multiple chances to change their minds before making the final decision. But there is a twist here. It turns out that Heinz himself was a defeatist. Heinz had actually secretly switched the code of the mental seal device. Rather than make people triumphalist, they gained a belief in absolute defeatism. The mental seal was an incredibly complicated piece of equipment, so although everything was strictly supervised, even the technical details of the mental seal, there were still gaps in that supervision. When the neural circuit model for judging a proposition to be true was discovered, Heinz also discovered the model for judging a proposition to be false. That was what he needed. He concealed this discovery from everyone, including me. It wasn't difficult because the two models were highly similar. It manifested as the direction of flow of a key signal in the neuron transmission model. And in the mathematical model of the mental seal, it was represented by a sign, positive for true, negative for false. Working in extreme secrecy, Heinz manipulated the sign in the mental seal's control software. in all 5 devices, the sign was negative. Hines had done this because he believed that escapism was the only practical means for survival for humanity. But by the time this all comes to light, Hines is faced with a paradox. Before the Doomsday Battle would claim countless human souls and end in the destruction of humanity's entire space force, victory for humanity had almost seemed certain in the eyes of many. Hines was still under the influence of his mental seal at this point, and because of this, he nearly suffered a mental breakdown. As a result of the conflict of the mental seal's judgment and reality, he can see all that humanity has done and how far they've come, and he understands that victory in the war should belong to humanity, and yet, due to the mental seal, he cannot believe it. Yes, dear, if you permit me to call you that. Only by doing that could I obtain the spiritual strength necessary to execute the plan. Yes, right now I believe all I have done is correct. I absolutely believe it, regardless of what reality says. I used the mental seal to turn myself into my own God, and God can't repent. He remarks after the Doomsday Battle that he might have been the only person who actually benefited from the destruction of humanity's space force. The eventual revelation of the truth of what Hines' mental seal did led to anxiety amongst the citizens of Earth. By this time, it had been nearly 2 centuries since the mental seal was first used. Still, because of the availability of cryonic technology, anyone, perhaps even those within the government or military, could be secret defeatists intent on sabotaging humanity's chance of victory in favor of escapism. It's just speculation that the imprinted have endured. It's been over 170 years after all. If a class or organization with such an absolute faith in defeatism exist, why haven't there been any signs of it? There are 2 possibilities, the representative of the European fleet said. One is that the mental seal vanished long ago, and this is just a false alarm. The representative of the Asian fleet completed his thought. But there's another possibility. The most frightening thing about the situation is the fact that there aren't any signs. The second possibility was terrifying because it would suggest that those imprinted with the mental seal in fact survived but remain hidden amongst them. A person who developed a defeatist mentality naturally would speak to others of their thoughts, but a person with a 100% unshakable belief in defeatism, created by the mental seal, would inevitably develop a corresponding sense of mission, a religious-like fanaticism based on the first belief that humanity will lose the Trisolarian War. Defeatism and escapism are intimately related. And if the imprinted really exist, then their ultimate mission is bound to be accomplishing an escape into the universe. But to achieve this goal, they have to deeply conceal their true thoughts. In the end, Hines is proven correct. Escapism would indeed be the only hope for humanity, as the listener in the dark would eventually notice our solar system and casually fling a solar system destroying weapon in our direction. We've covered these events already in this video. Part 4. Manuel Rey Diaz's Plan. Wall-facer Manuel Rey Diaz, the former president of Venezuela, emerges as a central figure in the series with a profound and alarming agenda. As one of the 4 wall-facers, he embarks on a mission that seeks to secure humanity's survival in the face of an impending threat from the Trisolarian fleet. But his philosophy leans more in the direction of, if we can't keep our solar system, you can't have it either. His strategy, though initially focusing on the development of more powerful hydrogen bombs, evolves into a chilling scheme that could potentially spell doom for the entire solar system. Diaz's initial objective, as I said, centers around the creation of enhanced hydrogen bombs, with the goal of countering the imminent threat posed by the Trisolarian fleet. To facilitate this endeavor, he retreats into a state of hibernation, dedicating himself to intensive research and development. However, as the narrative unfolds, it becomes evident that his ambitions have taken an ominous turn. In the Crisis Year 20, Diaz awakens to a dramatically altered landscape. Humanity has succeeded in crafting a stellar hydrogen bomb. rendering his initial quest obsolete. Instead of conceding defeat, Diaz devises a new plan to construct a vast cavern on the planet Mercury where he intends to detonate the stellar hydrogen bombs. This cavern, aside from serving as the launching site for these powerful weapons, also holds the purpose of providing Earth with a last line of defense should the Trisolaran fleet achieve victory. The turning point in this narrative occurs when Diaz's Wallbreaker confronts him following the catastrophic Mercury detonation event. It is then revealed that his plans are nothing short of diabolical. Diaz sought to drain the oceans of vital resources in order to create the ultimate bomb. Evidently, Wallfacer Ray Diaz doesn't just want to make a small sun, he wants to make a small galaxy. The US representative said loudly, then he leaned towards Ray Diaz. Do you really think that the ocean's protium, deuterium, and tritium were prepared just for you? Because of your perverted affection for the bomb, the Earth should be turned into a bomb workshop? Diaz's true intention is to trigger the simultaneous explosion of 1,000 stellar hydrogen bombs on Mercury, causing the planet to degrade in its orbit and plunge into the sun. The catastrophic fallout of this chain reaction would result in the sun exploding, unleashing devastating solar flares that would ultimately draw the inner planets of the solar system, including the colossal Jupiter. The catastrophic outcome of this plan was nothing short of an apocalyptic scenario, one that would obliterate all habitable planets within the solar system and extinguish all life on Earth in the process. Essentially, this was Ray Diaz's twisted, insane idea of mutually assured destruction, but in a more direct and crude sense than Luo Ji's plan, which we will talk about next. The gravity of Diaz's actions do not escape the UN planetary defense, which reacts with horror to the magnitude of the threat that he poses to humanity itself. They consider charging him with the extinction of life on Earth law, recognizing the gravity of his intentions. In a last-ditch effort to preserve his own safety, Diaz revealed that he has rigged a dead man's switch which would trigger the detonation of a bomb in nearby New York, unleashing further chaos and destruction. Faced with this perilous ultimatum, the Council is forced to negotiate an exit plan for Diaz. As Diaz returns to his hometown in Venezuela after years of seclusion, the residents are quick to react to the horrifying revelations about his plan. Outraged by his intentions to annihilate all life, they take justice into their own hands and stone him to death on sight. Ray Diaz held up his hands with tears in his eyes and called out to the crowd in a voice dripping with emotion. "Ah, my people!" The first stone thrown by his people struck him on his outstretched left hand. The second hit him in the chest, and the third smashed into his forehead and nearly knocked him out. After that, the people's stones came like raindrops and had practically buried his lifeless body by the end. The last stone that hit Wallfacer Ray Diaz was thrown by an old woman who struggled to carry it up to his corpse, then said in Spanish, "Evildoer, you would kill everyone. My grandson would have been there. You'd have killed my grandson." Then, using all the strength in her trembling hands, she slammed her stone against Ray Diaz's broken skull, where it lay exposed beneath the pile of rocks. This conclusion highlights the depths of fear and betrayal that Ray Diaz's actions had sown. Diaz was mad, but he was trying to help humanity in his own way, and yet he is viewed by the world, including his own people, as a traitor to humanity. This is because the Wallfacers were given immense power, but not absolute, unlimited power. They had no right to place humanity in imminent danger. For this, Ray Diaz, like Frederick Tyler, was judged by history as one of humanity's biggest traitors, though humanity's savior, Luo Ji, would use the hydrogen bomb technology Diaz helped to develop in his plan. Part 5. Luo Ji's Plan. Now, I've covered Luo Ji's plan before on this channel in this video, Why is Space Malicious? But we will go over it again here for clarity's sake. Luo Ji was chosen to be a Wallfacer seemingly at random. It is eventually revealed that the reason he was actually chosen was not due to his skills or profession, but for one reason alone. It was understood that the Trisolarans wanted him dead. The reason for this related back to a chance encounter he had had with one woman, Ye Wenji, the woman who was not only instrumental in the creation of ETO, but was also the individual who initially alerted the aliens to our presence and the location of the Earth. Ye Wenji had been the original traitor of humanity. Ye Wenji introduced Luoji to a concept known as cosmic sociology. Cosmic sociology was based on two tenets. 1. There are a limited number of resources in the universe. 2. The goal of civilization is to expand. These tenets seem simple, but once you extrapolate from the tenets, a terrifying picture emerges. If the goal of civilization is to expand, and there are limited resources in the universe, this suggests that expanding civilizations would be forced to compete with each other for those resources. This is where the concept of the Dark Forest comes from. It is mentioned that Trisolarans considered the Dark Forest state of the cosmos as the greatest secret in the human universe. And because of what Ye Wenji had said to him by chance years earlier, Luoji figured it out. The first test of Luoji's theory would take 50 years to complete. He would use cryonic technology during this time. He called it a spell. Using the sun's radio wave magnification capabilities, they would transmit the message into space, including 3 simple images and some extra data to show they were sent by an intelligent source. All 3 images depicted planets in the star system 187J3X1. The star system 187J3X1 was approximately 50 light years away, so obviously it would take at least that amount of time to see if his spell had any effect. Luoji instructed them to wake him up from hibernation only when the spell's impact was detected. However, his wishes were not honored, and he actually remained in hibernation for approximately 200 years. By this time, the Wallfacer project had faded into obscurity. Many in the current era viewed the decision to create the Wallfacer project as a significant error by the leaders of the past. By this era, Luoji was regarded as an ordinary citizen. It wasn't until after the Doomsday Battle, which decimated Earth's Space Force, that the Wallfacer project was reinstated, and Luoji's status was restored. The reason for this revival was straightforward. His spell had succeeded. They just didn't notice it until much later. Luoji's spell had exposed the location of the star 187J3X1 to the wider universe, indicating that it harbored life. Despite Luoji's knowledge to the contrary, of course, because Luoji is not a genocidal maniac. The outcome was the same. The star had remained stable and had not naturally gone supernova. Then, just before its destruction, a tiny object called a photoid, traveling at near the speed of light, was observed hurtling towards the star. The resulting explosion obliterated all 4 planets in the star system. Luoji then fully comprehended why he had been chosen as a Wallfacer. The Trisolarans sought his demise because they knew he was close to uncovering the secret they desperately wanted to hide from humanity. The universe was actively hostile, and any intelligent life that revealed itself was ultimately eradicated by a technologically superior civilization. The universe was a dark forest. At this point, Earth's location had only been disclosed to the Trisolarans. The aliens knew that if humanity discovered the universe's secret, they might reveal the location of Trisolaris, dooming both civilizations. Luoji's plan from there on was straightforward. Hold the Trisolarans in a state of ultimate deterrence by threatening mutually assured destruction, repurposing Manuel Reyes' hydrogen bomb tech. The success of Dark Forest deterrence was founded on the unpredictability of Luoji as an individual. If deterrence failed, his actions would be guided by his own personality and psychology. Even if he acted rationally, his own interests might not match humanity's interest perfectly. At the beginning of the deterrence era, both Trisolaris and Earth carefully analyzed Luoji's personality and built up detailed mathematical models. Both the Trisolarans and humanity judged Luoji's percentage of carrying out the threat should the need arise to be between 92 and 98%. As I have said, I go into more detail on how exactly Luoji accomplished this in my Deterrent Era video, so check that out if you want all the details on that. Conclusion. One Wallfacer attempts to alter the minds of people to believe his ideology. Another puts the entire solar system in jeopardy in a crazed scheme, and the last succeeds at deterring the Trisolarans. In conclusion, the Wallfacers in Lushishin's trilogy symbolize a profound exploration of multifaceted themes, each as crucial as the last. They present a stark departure from humanity's collective efforts in countering the Trisolaran threat, forcing us to ponder the role of individuals in shaping history and the potential for individual agency when confronted with global changes. However, their actions also pose ethical and moral dilemmas, as they sometimes resort to morally ambiguous or controversial strategies in Earth's defense, prompting the reader to consider the repercussions of making ethically challenging decisions under the looming specter of annihilation. The Wallfacers' extraordinary power and autonomy kind of invite us to scrutinize the very nature of power itself, its consolidation in the hands of a select few, and the perils of unchecked authority. This concept also serves as a lens through which we can examine the intricacies of global politics, diplomacy, and international collaboration, which is a major theme of this series, in times of impending doom. It also calls to our attention how governments and also individuals react to existential threats, and how this underscores the roles of political leaders and institutions shaping our future. At many times in human history, the course of all of history, the fate of all mankind rests within the hands of just a few people. That is the point behind the Wallfacer project. That is the idea that Lushishin is attempting to explore. Ultimately, the Wallfacer concept adds depth and complexity to the narrative and helps to explore even more the ideas revolving around communication power and ethics and the human response to an alien menace. Thanks guys so much for watching. Make sure you like and subscribe for more Quinn's ideas. For more videos on this particular book series, check out the 3-Body Problem playlist in the description. Thanks guys. As I said, you can check out our Patreon if you would like to support this channel or use the PayPal link in the description. Thanks guys.